What if reality isn't what you think it is, not even close? Not just distorted or misunderstood, but completely upside down from everything you've been told. You've lived your entire life under a certain model of reality, a structure of time, space, matter, cause, and effect. But today, that model begins to fracture. Not in vague metaphors or abstract theories, but through quantum evidence, psychological insights, and revolutionary spiritual concepts that reveal one profound, world-shifting idea: that your mind is not a bystander in this universe. It may be its architect. In the next 4 hours, you're not going to be learning in the traditional sense. You're going to be deconstructing the very structure that makes up your perception of existence. Piece by piece, layer by layer. This isn't philosophy. It's not a motivational pep talk. It's a journey into a quantum reality that is not only stranger than you think. It's stranger than you can think. You will see how particles can communicate instantly across vast distances. How your thoughts may ripple into the fabric of space itself. How the subconscious mind, once treated as a psychological afterthought, may be operating at the level of quantum machinery. And how ancient teachings, often dismissed as mystical or poetic, align shockingly well with the leading-edge discoveries in quantum mechanics. This is not an exploration of fluff. This is a decoding. We'll begin with quantum entanglement, what Einstein himself once called spooky action at a distance. Then we'll move deeper, exploring the invisible threads that connect all things. Challenging everything we take for granted about time, about space, about what it means to be anywhere at all. Then it gets personal. We'll shift from particles and fields to the power of the observer. You'll see how observation isn't just passive awareness but a creative force. Your attention, your consciousness may be shaping the universe in real time. From there, we unfold the truth about your subconscious, the quantum-level intelligence operating behind your waking awareness. We'll break down how trauma, emotion, visualization, and intention are more than just self-help tools. They're energetic codes transmitting into a field of possibilities. This is not theory you sit back and watch. This is material you will feel, activate, and apply as we move forward. Later, we bring in ancient spiritual wisdom, ideas once considered mystical now being validated by physics. You'll see how chakras, the pineal gland, breathwork, and vibrational tuning are not just symbolic metaphors, but biologically and energetically aligned with real quantum interactions. And then comes the turning point, the part where you stop thinking of this as interesting information and begin to realize that you've been participating in the quantum field all along. Every decision, every thought, every emotion you've ever experienced has been interacting with the code of reality. Finally, we close with embodiment. You'll be shown how to live this knowledge, to be this knowledge, to walk each day as a fully aware, conscious node of the quantum network. No longer guessing, but understanding. No longer wondering, but creating. This will not be comfortable. It will be intense, radical, and at times unsettling. But it will be real. So take a deep breath. Because everything you've believed about reality, your identity, your choices, the fabric of space and time, is about to be rewritten. Not in the future, not in theory, but right now. Let's begin. The year was 1935. Albert Einstein, perhaps the greatest scientific mind in history, sat baffled by a discovery he could not explain. A phenomenon so absurd, so out of line with classical thinking, that he dismissed it as a mistake. Something must be wrong with the math. He called it spooky action at a distance. Two particles, once connected, then separated by miles. What happened to one would instantly affect the other. Not gradually, not delayed. Instantly. This wasn't science fiction. This was real observation, the kind that made even Einstein uncomfortable. For over a century, we've operated under the assumption that nothing can move faster than light. It's the cosmic speed limit. And yet, quantum entanglement mocks that idea without apology. When two particles become entangled, they enter into a shared state, a relationship so profound that the behavior of one is no longer independent of the other. You change the spin of one, the other flips accordingly, no matter how far apart they are. How? No signal, no time lag, no known force connecting them. It defies locality. And that's the problem. Because if locality breaks down, if two things can affect each other instantly over distance, then space isn't what we think it is. Einstein couldn't accept that. He believed in a clockwork universe. Everything logical. Everything obeying rules. But quantum entanglement isn't logical. It doesn't obey classical rules. It hints that the universe is not built from objects, but from relationships. Correlations that transcend space. Later studies proved it. Bell's theorem, aspects experiments in the 1980s, decades after Einstein's protest, confirmed what was once unthinkable. The particles were connected beyond space. Now, here's where it gets unsettling. If two particles can be connected this way, what else is entangled? What about the neurons in your brain? What about your emotions? Your decisions? Could they, too, be part of a web that links you to people, places, and events you've never even seen? Quantum physics is not limited to laboratory tests. These principles extend to the very edge of human experience. Because if entanglement exists between particles, then scale may not be the issue. Biocentrism, quantum consciousness, and non-locality begin to paint a new picture, one where you are not separate from the world around you. It's not that you interact with reality. It's that you are fundamentally interwoven with it. Einstein once said, "The distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." But maybe it's not just time that's illusory. Maybe separation itself is the illusion. So now that you've seen how particles remain connected across impossible distances, consider this. What if you are part of that equation? Because coming up next is something far more provocative. The connection doesn't stop with particles. It scales. It reaches into the biological, the mental, the emotional. Next, we're going to uncover how everything, from stars to cells to thoughts, is connected by the same quantum thread. And you've been living inside that thread every moment of your life. You've now seen the scientific disturbance caused by entanglement, the idea that particles, once linked, remain connected across space. But that was only the crack in the surface. Now we go deeper, because entanglement isn't rare. It isn't limited to particle physics. It's not a freak occurrence of nature. It's everywhere. What we're about to uncover will challenge the most basic assumption you carry every day, that you are separate. Separate from others. Separate from nature. Separate from the world. But quantum physics suggests otherwise. It suggests that reality is less like a collection of isolated objects, and more like a seamless web of relationships. A field where everything is interconnected, not metaphorically, but literally. Entanglement isn't just a scientific anomaly. It may be the operating system of the universe. In quantum field theory, particles are not individual units. They are excitations, vibrations within an underlying field. That field extends through all space, which means particles are not like billiard balls. They are like waves in an ocean. They arise from and return to the same source. You and everything around you are ripples in the same field. Not similar. Not aligned. But fundamentally part of one continuous substance. This isn't philosophy. It's physics. David Bohm, one of the most radical theoretical physicists of the 20th century, referred to it as the implicate order. In his view, everything we observe, every tree, every star, every thought, is the unfolded, visible form of something deeply hidden and interconnected. What you experience as separation is only a surface appearance. Just like different waves in water may seem distinct, but are still water, all forms in the universe may seem separate, but are actually one field expressing itself in different ways. Now, this isn't just abstract theory. Researchers have demonstrated quantum entanglement in increasingly large and complex systems, molecules, clusters, and even small biological structures. And those entangled systems behave as a single unit, even when separated. This raises a fundamental question. Are we all entangled? Is there an invisible matrix of connection underlying all of life? One that links you to strangers, to places you've never visited, to events you've never witnessed? If quantum entanglement holds true beyond particles, then every interaction you have, every conversation, every decision, may imprint a thread into the universal network. And if that's true, then intention matters. Emotion matters. The quality of your awareness may ripple through the matrix in ways we're only beginning to understand. It means your internal state is not private. It means your energy is not isolated. You're already participating in a shared field. The ancient traditions weren't mistaken when they spoke of the interconnectedness of all things. They just didn't have the vocabulary of quantum theory. But the principles align almost too perfectly. In many Eastern philosophies, there's a concept that everything arises from a singular source, call it Brahman, the Tao, the One. Everything is part of it, and nothing can exist outside of it. That concept is not symbolic. It now finds echoes in modern quantum physics. So now the separation between science and spirit is dissolving. You, sitting wherever you are right now, are not a passive observer in a vast mechanical universe. You are an expression of the field, a node in the network. You influence and are influenced by all things. This is not mystical hyperbole. It is a shift in understanding. Your body is made of atoms, atoms made of subatomic particles, those particles entangled across time and space. You are the universe experiencing itself, not as a poetic metaphor, but as a literal truth. And the implications of this? They go far beyond understanding reality. They begin to touch on your role in shaping it. Because if you're entangled with everything else, then your choices don't just affect your future, they ripple into the whole. Your attention, your intention, your frequency, these are not small acts. They are signals. You've just seen how nothing is truly separate. How entanglement may stretch beyond particles and into the structure of life itself. But this raises a radical possibility. If the universe is that interconnected, why do we still feel isolated? Why do we still measure distance, time, and delay? Could it be that our assumptions about speed, causality, and motion are flawed? Because what comes next will break open the idea that space and time are even real in the way we think. Get ready, because next we're pulling at the thread that leads to the impossible, phenomena that occur faster than the speed of light. And what that means for everything you thought was fixed. Now that you've seen how entanglement connects things instantly across space, a new and unavoidable question emerges. If these connections are faster than light, then what exactly is the speed limit of the universe? More importantly, is there a limit at all? Einstein's theory of relativity tells us that nothing can move faster than light. Nothing. It's one of the most accepted boundaries in all of physics. But entangled particles don't seem to care. They update each other in real time, even if they're separated by galaxies. No signal is sent. No delay is measured. No explanation fits the classical model. So what's happening? The truth may be far more disruptive than breaking a speed limit. The real revelation is that nothing is moving at all. Not in the way we think. What appears to be faster-than-light communication may be the illusion, not the event itself. Because if all things are connected by an invisible field, and not really separated in the way we perceive, then the information isn't traveling anywhere. It's already everywhere. There is no distance to cross, no journey to take, no time to wait. It's like having two fingers on one hand. They seem separate, but they're part of the same system. Moving one instantly affects the whole. The fingers never needed to send a message. They were never truly apart. This is what entanglement hints at, and it stretches into our understanding of time, causality, and the very fabric of the cosmos. In classical physics, cause precedes effect. Everything is linear. A follows B, which follows C. But in the quantum world, those lines begin to blur. Events can influence each other regardless of time. Some experiments suggest that even future choices can impact the present state of particles. Yes, you heard that correctly. There is emerging evidence, most notably from delayed choice quantum eraser experiments, that outcomes can retroactively affect the past. That what we decide to observe now can reach backward in time and alter what already happened. This shatters the arrow of time. It forces us to reconsider whether the past is fixed, or just another layer of reality waiting to be rewritten by consciousness. If that's true, then faster than light isn't just a problem of distance. It's a distortion in our whole understanding of temporal flow. Here's where it gets even stranger. Quantum tunneling, another bizarre phenomenon, allows particles to pass through barriers they have no classical right to cross. And in doing so, they can seem to exceed the speed of light. Not by moving through space faster, but by shortcutting the rules altogether. Again, it's not that they travel faster. It's that our idea of space and movement is incomplete. The underlying message is becoming clear. Space and time may not be fundamental. They may be emergent properties, illusions generated by a deeper quantum structure where everything is connected, and the rules we're used to don't apply. This is not just theoretical musing. It has real consequences. If distance isn't real in the way we think, then separation isn't real either. If time can be influenced retroactively, then your future is not a line, it's a field. A probability field, shifting with awareness and decision. Suddenly, your place in the universe becomes far more active. You are not a dot moving forward on a timeline. You are a field of possibility collapsing into moments through focus. Your thoughts, your choices, your attention, they are not happening in time. They are generating time. And if you can influence events faster than light, by bypassing space and affecting the field directly, then your consciousness is not just localized in your skull. It may be non-local. It may stretch beyond physical boundaries. It may interact with reality at the very level that defines space and time themselves. This doesn't just bend the rules. It rewrites them. But let's return to the core. If nothing can move faster than light, yet information still gets transmitted instantly. What does that tell us? It tells us that the transmission never needed to happen at all, because the particles weren't sending anything. They were always part of a single, unified system. And if particles behave this way, what about your thoughts and feelings? What about intuition? Synchronicity? The sudden knowing of something before it happens? Could it be that aspects of your awareness also operate outside time? Outside distance? This brings us to an idea that's been whispered in mysticism and hinted at in quantum research, that consciousness might itself be a faster-than-light phenomenon. Or rather, it operates outside of light entirely, outside of space-time, accessing the field not from within but from beyond. You're not reacting to a timeline. You're shaping it, not passively receiving, actively selecting. And if that's true, then reality isn't a solid stream. It's a collection of probable outcomes, rearranging themselves according to input you may not even be aware you're giving. This is the frontier, the point where science begins to echo ancient teachings, where physics aligns with mind, and where the universe starts to look less like a machine and more like a mirror. Now that you've questioned the reality of space, and seen time behave like a suggestion rather than a rule, it's time to take the next step. Because if entanglement collapses distance and quantum behavior ignores time, what happens when you bring all of this together? The next chapter brings the most controversial idea yet, that this strange phenomenon we've been tracing through particles and energy may not just describe possibility, but multiple simultaneous realities. And some of them may include versions of you, existing side by side. So far, you've seen that distance doesn't always apply. That time can bend under observation, that the quantum world behaves in ways classical logic cannot explain. But there's a deeper implication we now need to confront, one that challenges the most sacred assumption of all, that there is only one version of reality. The moment quantum entanglement collapsed distance, it opened a new kind of doorway, not a wormhole in space but something stranger. A portal between possibilities. And where do those possibilities live? Not in theory, not in abstraction, but in what some physicists now call the multiverse, a structure where every potential state of every particle actually exists. Just not always in this reality. Let's rewind. In the famous double-slit experiment, particles behave differently when observed. Without observation, they move like waves, superpositions of possibility. With observation, they collapse into a fixed state. The simple act of watching determines the outcome. But here's the problem. If a particle can exist in multiple states until measured, what happens to the states that weren't chosen? Do they disappear? Some physicists say no. Those states don't vanish, they branch. They continue. In another universe. Welcome to the many worlds interpretation. A radical yet mathematically consistent view of quantum mechanics. It proposes that every quantum event splits the universe, not symbolically but literally, into all possible outcomes. You turn left instead of right. One version of you turned right in another world. You got the job. And also didn't. You took the call. And also missed it. This is not science fiction. It's supported by quantum mathematics. And it creates a chillingly elegant framework to explain not just the weirdness of quantum mechanics, but the personal experience of choice, destiny, and even déjà vu. So let's connect the dots. Entanglement shows that particles remain linked, regardless of space. But what if entanglement is also occurring between universes? That's the portal. Because if particles in one universe affect their twins in another, then perhaps you are entangled not just across space but across realities. Let that settle. You are not one fixed self, but part of an ever-branching quantum field. Each choice you make sends ripples through that field. And the versions of you that made different choices still exist, parallel, active, observing their own outcomes. This is where things turn inward. Because if the multiverse is real, and you are linked to your alternate selves, then your mind may have access to more than just your memories. It may, at times, tune into signals from other timelines. Think about the moments where you feel like you've done something before, or the sudden sense that you just avoided something bigger than you can explain. These could be more than quirks of biology. They could be entangled echoes from other realities. And if entanglement really does bridge across versions of you, then intuition may be a form of quantum communication. Not across space, but across possibility. This reframes everything. The stakes of your decisions, the impact of your thoughts, the reach of your awareness. Because you're not choosing between actions. You're collapsing fields of potential, and what you don't collapse doesn't vanish. It simply unfolds somewhere else. And that brings us to the question most avoid. If parallel realities exist, can we shift between them? Some researchers and mystics suggest that we can. That certain states of consciousness, heightened awareness, emotional coherence, deep focus, can align you with different timelines. This isn't about escaping reality. It's about tuning yourself to a more aligned version of it. A reality where health, clarity, and abundance already exist, and you simply need to sync with that frequency. Now recall what you've already seen. The observer effect. Faster than light non-locality. The illusion of distance and time. Each one hints that consciousness is not limited to observing a static world. It's actively involved in shaping which world gets observed. So, the question isn't, do parallel universes exist? The real question is, which one are you aligned with right now? That changes everything. Because if your state of mind, emotion, and intention determine your position within the multiverse, then your greatest tool isn't effort, it's awareness. This is where ancient wisdom starts to match quantum logic. Traditions that teach that you must align your inner world before your outer world changes. That you must tune your being to the version of reality you wish to experience. Suddenly, it's not wishful thinking. It's physics. The multiverse isn't an exotic theory. It's the backdrop of your every decision. And that means that right now, yes, right now, you are at a branching point. The reality you see is not the only one available. It's the one you're currently observing. But others are possible. Others are actual. You don't have to travel. You don't have to build a machine. You only need to shift your awareness. This is the unspoken power of quantum understanding. The realization that your identity is not fixed, your future is not fated, and your potential is not limited to one storyline. You are not a single self in a single life. You are a network of possible selves, flickering in and out of alignment with the focus of your consciousness. Now that you've stepped through the quantum portal, seen the logic behind parallel realities, and questioned the very idea of a single path forward, it's time to turn the mirror inward. Because up next, we confront a stunning possibility. What if it's not just you observing the universe? What if the universe is observing you right back? Everything so far has led you to one clear truth. You are not a passive spectator in this universe. You are active, you are connected, and your choices echo across realities. But now we reach a turning point, one that reverses the direction of attention entirely. You've seen how your observation affects particles, how your awareness shapes outcomes, how consciousness collapses possibility into form. But here's the unsettling question that now stares back at you. If observation creates reality, then who or what is observing you? The universe, it seems, is not made up of isolated objects and inert matter. It's an interwoven system, governed by feedback loops, relationships, and dynamic exchange. In this structure, nothing exists in true isolation, not even you. Every cell in your body responds to its environment. Every neuron fires in patterns that reflect both your inner state and outer stimuli. Observation flows both ways. You see the world, and the world sees you. The mirror is mutual. Let's return to quantum physics. At the heart of the measurement problem lies an eerie truth. A particle exists in a state of probability until observed. But observed by what? A camera? A machine? A conscious mind? Here's where things get strange. Many interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that it is not the device that collapses the wave function, but the conscious awareness of the measurement, that it takes a mind, not just a machine, to make a possibility real, which means consciousness plays a role in shaping what becomes real. But if your consciousness is part of the quantum field, then consciousness is not limited to you. It may be woven into the very structure of existence itself. This flips the equation. You're not the only observer. The field you interact with, the one that responds to your thoughts, your emotions, your focus, isn't blank. It may be watching back. Now let's introduce an ancient idea, repackaged in quantum terms. Across many spiritual traditions, there is a concept of the watcher or the witness, an intelligence that observes all, judges nothing, and simply reflects. In mysticism, this is often seen as divine awareness. In modern physics, we might understand it as the field of information itself. Pure potential, recording, resonating, reflecting. What if that watcher isn't mythical? What if it's quantum? In quantum information theory, everything, every interaction, every outcome is encoded. Information is never truly lost. It's absorbed into the fabric of spacetime itself. It becomes part of the universal record. In black holes, for example, scientists believe information doesn't disappear. It's stored in the event horizon. The cosmos is not discarding your actions. It's archiving them. Every thought, every choice, every emotion may leave an imprint, and that suggests something staggering. You're not just creating reality. You're being seen by it, but not in a religious, moralistic sense. In an informational, energetic, quantum sense. Your consciousness, your presence is being responded to, reflected, mirrored, adjusted for. Just like your observation collapses the wave of a particle, the universal field may be collapsing you into form based on your frequency. So what does that mean for who you are? It means identity is not static. It means the you perceive right now is the version being reflected back to you from the field, in this moment, based on the energetic pattern you're broadcasting. And just like a mirror shifts when you shift, the universe updates your reflection. You're not being judged. You're being measured. Not in the moral sense, but in the vibrational one. Your thoughts and emotions are inputs. The field responds with outcomes. The more coherent your signal, focused, clear, emotionally aligned, the more precise the reflection becomes. This may explain why certain states of being seem to create luck, synchronicity, flow. The field responds. The quantum mirror returns not what you want, but what you are. And this means that trying to manipulate outcomes without shifting internal states won't work. The universe doesn't listen to surface wishes. It reflects energetic truth. So here's the paradox. You're shaping reality. And being shaped by it, you're the observer. And the observed, you're tuning into the field. And the field is tuning into you. That mutual feedback loop is the core of the quantum mirror. It's not metaphorical. It's mechanical. It's fundamental. And the implications are profound. It means healing your emotional patterns changes what reality shows you. It means your internal narrative becomes external events. It means your frequency is not a private experience, it's a public signal. You are a participant in a conscious system, which brings us full circle. if your attention alters particles, and the field reflects your frequency, and the multiverse unfolds from each choice, then who are you really? You are the node, the switch, the portal through which information, intention, and identity move between dimensions. You are not just in the universe. You are part of the mechanism through which the universe observes itself. You've now looked into the quantum mirror. You've seen the feedback loop of awareness. You've understood that you're not just a creator but a signal, being received and reflected by something far more intelligent than randomness. But now it's time to challenge one final, lingering assumption. You've looked at the field from the outside. What happens when you realize your mind may not even be inside your brain? Because up next, we go beyond the personal and explore whether your mind might be bigger, stranger, and more powerful than you've ever allowed yourself to believe. You've followed particles as they break the speed of light, watched time fracture, and seen the universe reflect your own observation. But now comes a question that may be even more radical than all of that. Is your mind actually inside your brain? We've been taught to think of consciousness as a product, a side effect, a neurological byproduct that emerges when the right brain cells fire in the right patterns. The idea is simple. Neurons cause thoughts, thoughts create awareness, and that awareness is locked inside your skull. But what if that model is wrong? What if your consciousness isn't inside your brain at all? What if your brain is more like a receiver, and your mind is non-local, distributed across the quantum field, connected to everything? Let's begin with a simple observation. Your brain is physical. It weighs about 3 pounds. It sits in your skull and reacts to electrical signals. But those signals don't explain you. They don't explain the inner sense of self. They don't explain the I behind your eyes. Science has mapped nearly every region of the brain. We know which parts light up when you feel fear, pleasure, memory, or logic. But no scan has ever located awareness itself. No experiment has ever pinpointed where the self is generated. That mystery is what scientists call the hard problem of consciousness. And for decades, it's remained unanswered. But a new model is emerging. One that doesn't try to create consciousness from matter, but instead places consciousness at the core of the system. Not an output of the brain, but the substrate from which all physical reality, including the brain, emerges. This is where quantum theory enters the picture again. At the smallest scales, particles don't behave like objects. They behave like probabilities, waves of potential. And nothing becomes real until it is observed. That process, the collapse of the wave function, is tied directly to awareness. Not computation, not logic, awareness. This has led some physicists, most notably those exploring quantum cognition and the orchestroar theory by Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff, to suggest that consciousness might originate from quantum processes inside neurons, particularly within microtubules. But even more interesting is the possibility that those processes aren't creating consciousness. They're tuning into it. Think of a radio. The music isn't in the radio. It's in the airwaves. The radio just receives it. Adjust the frequency and you pick up a new song. Change the dial and the broadcast changes, but the signal was always there. Now think of your brain. Your thoughts shift when your chemistry changes. Your memories flicker with trauma or medication. But does that mean consciousness is being produced by the brain, or that your tuner is being distorted? This is the key shift. Consciousness is not local. It's not bottled up in gray matter. It may exist as a field, a fundamental property of the universe like gravity or electromagnetism. And your brain isn't the source. It's the receiver, the interpreter, the instrument. Let's take this further. Experiments in parapsychology, studies in near-death experiences, and even anomalous cognition all point to a consistent pattern. Awareness can sometimes access information not stored in the body, not perceived through the senses, and not explainable through standard brain activity. This doesn't mean we abandon science. It means we expand it. We begin to explore the mind as something more than software running on the hardware of the brain. We begin to look at it as a quantum process, interacting with the field, not just within a skull. And this explains why your intention, your emotion, and your focus affect outcomes outside the body. If your mind exists in the quantum field, not separate from it, then your thoughts are quantum events. They're not isolated firings. They are participatory processes. They engage with the universe. They influence probabilities. They interact with matter. This also means consciousness is not contained by the body's limits. Your awareness, in this view, is inherently entangled with the broader structure of reality. You don't just observe the field. You're woven into it. You're the ripple, the receiver, the broadcaster, all at once. And here's where it gets truly powerful. If your consciousness is non-local, then it can't be permanently harmed by local damage. Can't be erased by brain malfunction. It can't be confined by death, trauma, or distance. This is not fantasy. It's consistent with what quantum information tells us. Information cannot be destroyed. Consciousness, as information embedded in the quantum substrate, may not end, it may transform. This turns the entire narrative of human limitation on its head. You are not a machine. You are not a closed system. You are a localized expression of something universal. Your insights, your creativity, your empathy, these are not the echoes of evolutionary randomness. They are the signatures of field-based consciousness interacting through a biological interface. Which means this: every time you sense something you can't explain, every time you know something without knowing why, every time your heart tells you what logic can't, you are touching the field. You are not trapped in a brain. You are not confined by neurons. You are a conscious expression of a quantum system that has no center, no edge, and no boundaries. You've now broken through the illusion of internal identity. You've seen that the mind may not be a product of biology, but a force interacting with biology, shaping experience and directing attention across space, time, and even possibility. But if the mind isn't in the brain and consciousness is part of the quantum field, then how many realities is your mind operating in right now? And how do your choices affect the reality you collapse into? Because next, we're going to take the implications of this expanded mind and walk into the strangest quantum possibility yet, that you may be living in more than one version of yourself simultaneously. You now understand that your consciousness may not be a product of your brain. It may be something far more expansive, operating within and beyond the quantum field. But if that's true, then your mind might not just interact with one reality. It might be touching several at once. Let's go straight to the paradox that cracked open the doorway to this possibility. In 1935, Erwin Schrödinger presented a thought experiment to show the absurdity of applying quantum mechanics to everyday life. You know it as Schrödinger's cat. A cat placed in a sealed box with a deadly mechanism triggered by the decay of a radioactive atom, a quantum event. According to quantum theory, until the box is opened and observed, the atom is both decayed and not decayed. And therefore, the cat is both dead and alive. Two outcomes. One system, simultaneously true. Now, most people stop there and shrug it off as a curiosity, a riddle. But this wasn't meant to be quirky. It was meant to expose a deeper question. How far does superposition go? Is it limited to atoms and particles? Or does it apply to conscious beings, choices, and lives? Here's the uncomfortable answer. Quantum mechanics does not limit superposition to particles. It applies it to everything. That includes you, right now. Until you observe a moment, all its possible outcomes are coexisting. This isn't poetry. This probability theory, backed by quantum equations. This means your consciousness, the part of you that chooses, focuses, and observes, is constantly interacting with forks in the timeline. And each time you make a decision, you are not just picking a result. You are collapsing one possibility out of many. But what happens to the outcomes you don't choose? They don't vanish. In the many worlds interpretation, every time a quantum decision is made, the universe splits, creating a new branch where each possible outcome unfolds. So when you said yes, another version of you said no. When you stayed, another left. When you succeeded, another version failed. Right now, you exist across an infinite landscape of outcomes. Not in theory, in active, coexisting probability states. And here's where it starts to overlap with your experience in a way that's hard to ignore. Have you ever had a vivid dream of a life that isn't yours, but feels real? Have you ever sensed a version of yourself that seems distant, but familiar? Like a memory from a life you didn't live? Have you felt moments of extreme familiarity in new situations, where everything seems to already be happening? These experiences are not just products of imagination. They may be signals, glimpses, crosstalk between parallel timelines. Because if consciousness is non-local, and your identity is a waveform, then those versions of you may not be sealed away in inaccessible realities. They may be quantum entangled. Let's go back to the double-slit experiment. When not observed, particles act like waves. They don't pick one path. They go through all paths simultaneously. Only when measured do they collapse into a single outcome. Now apply that to thought. When you are not fixated on a choice, your consciousness remains fluid, aware of all potentialities. But once you lock your attention into a belief, a decision, an identity, you collapse the wave into a version of yourself. This collapse is not passive. It is participatory. You are not flowing through time like a leaf in a river. You are selecting frames of reality in rapid succession, every moment, based on your conscious and subconscious attention. This means two critical things. First, your identity is not fixed. You are not a solid, continuous self. You are a shifting pattern of focus within a larger field of possible versions of you. Second, those other versions of you are still there, still active, and you might be able to tune into them, not physically but vibrationally, through emotion, intuition, or thought. This raises a powerful possibility. What if the version of you that already has the wisdom, strength, clarity, or abundance you seek already exists? What if your task is not to become that version, but to align with it? You don't need to build that life from scratch. You need to collapse into that path by tuning your consciousness to match it. And how do you do that? By shifting the frequency of your thoughts, by questioning your beliefs, by feeling the emotional state that matches that version of you now. The field doesn't respond to who you were. It responds to what you're broadcasting now. If you change your internal signal, you shift timelines, not metaphorically but energetically. You can't fake it. The field reflects what you truly believe, what you truly feel, what you're deeply identified with. That's what determines which version of reality you align with. And when you do align, things begin to change. You start to notice different people entering your life. Opportunities emerge out of nowhere. Coincidences stack. Events shift. And you begin to experience a reality that feels strangely familiar, like it was always meant for you. Because it was. It already existed. You just hadn't selected it until now. So here you are, a quantum being, aware of your power to collapse reality, existing not as one identity, but as a cloud of potentials, flickering in and out of coherence depending on how you think, feel, and focus. You're not on a timeline. You're selecting them, constantly. And just as you've begun to feel the presence of those other versions of yourself, the next truth rises to meet you. If your observation shapes the world, and your mind exists across possibilities, then what happens when you observe the world with absolute awareness? What if the act of looking is actually the act of creating? Because next, you'll confront the most provocative insight of all. That your awareness doesn't just witness reality, it writes it into being. You've followed your consciousness beyond the confines of the brain, touched the branching edges of parallel timelines, and glimpsed the multi-version self that exists across layers of possibility. But now, we arrive at a point that rewires the core of everything you think you're doing in this life. Looking is not passive. Attention is not innocent. Every time you look at something, whether it's a situation, a person, a problem, or even a thought, you're not just perceiving it. You're altering it. In the world of quantum mechanics, this isn't a poetic idea. It's hard science. The observer effect tells us that particles behave differently when they are being watched. When unobserved, they exist in a state of superposition, waves of probability. But once measured, they snap into a defined state. They become real. They choose a form. The act of observation creates the outcome. Now take a step back. You are made of particles. So is everything else. Every cell, every tree, every star, every breath of air. The entire universe is composed of quantum systems. And if observation collapses waveforms, then your awareness has the power to solidify the reality you're looking at. So here's the staggering truth. You're not witnessing the world. You're shaping it every second through your perception. This means attention is the most creative force you possess. It is the brush that paints your experience. Wherever you place it, form follows. Wherever you withhold it, potential remains unchosen. You are not responding to reality. You are selecting it. And here's where it gets even deeper. Observation is not just seeing with your eyes. It's experiencing with your focus. You can observe with thought, with memory, with emotion. Every time you engage with something, you direct your creative energy into the quantum field. That energy collapses the wave. You feel angry about something? You strengthen its presence in your timeline. You fear a situation? You reinforce its probability. You believe a limitation? You anchor that as the dominant reality. This is not metaphor. Your emotional state acts as a frequency carrier for your observation. And that frequency influences which potential becomes solid. Let that sink in. When you believe something is true, deeply emotionally, you create the conditions in which it can manifest. And when you withdraw attention, energy, and belief from something, it begins to dissolve from your experience. You do this constantly. Right now, as you listen to this, you are collapsing infinite potentials into a single stream of perception. That stream feels like reality, but it's only one thread in the field of all that could be. And you're selecting it, moment by moment. Now consider this. If you change what you observe, not just visually but mentally and emotionally, you begin to shift your stream. You start to collapse a different set of potentials. This is how transformation works, not by pushing against current circumstances, but by placing your attention where the new version already exists. It's not about willpower. It's not about control. It's about focus. Your attention is the tuning fork. When you place it on fear, you resonate with realities that reflect fear. When you place it on gratitude, you sync with versions of life that contain more to be grateful for. This is the engine of experience. So ask yourself, where are you pointing your awareness? What patterns are you reinforcing with your gaze? What thoughts, habits, and beliefs are you breathing life into through the act of observation? Because that's the version of reality you're feeding. You've been told that seeing is believing. But here, at the quantum edge, the opposite is true. Believing is seeing. Perception precedes proof. And once you understand that, the rules of engagement change forever. Now you don't wait for circumstances to validate your beliefs. You use belief to create the circumstances. You choose peace before peace appears. You embody abundance before wealth arrives. You feel love before love is returned. This isn't fantasy. It's cause and effect in quantum terms. Once you apply this consciously, you stop living in reaction to the world. You begin living as its architect. And this reframes even the most difficult aspects of your life. Because you start to realize that problems are not fixed realities. They are collapses of attention, ones you can release, reframe, and reselect. It doesn't mean you ignore suffering. It means you understand how to rewire the pattern that sustains it. Your attention is leverage. It's your direct interface with the quantum field. And it is always working. Even when unconscious. Even when scattered. Even when negative. So now the question becomes, will you continue to observe the world by default? Or will you begin to observe with design? Because once you take ownership of your observation, you stop being a character in a script. You become the writer. You've now seen the full weight of your awareness. You've seen how looking is not just passive sensing, but a creative force that solidifies the world around you. You've felt how belief precedes form, how attention shapes trajectory, and how emotion locks in alignment. But we haven't reached the bottom yet, because now that you know you shape the world through observation, we must confront the source of that observer. What is this I that looks? Where does it come from? Could it be that consciousness is not just powerful, but that it is the origin of everything? You've now felt the power of observation, how your awareness selects outcomes, collapses probabilities, and actively participates in forming your reality. But the question that now stares back at you is not about how consciousness affects the universe. It's about whether the universe itself comes from consciousness. This is where we stop seeing consciousness as a phenomenon that happens within the cosmos, and start recognizing it as the fundamental source from which the cosmos emerges. Let's return briefly to what quantum physics has already revealed. Particles exist as probabilities until observed. The act of measurement, conscious measurement, determines their position, their behavior, their very identity. In other words, matter doesn't take form until consciousness engages with it. But that's just the beginning. Space, time, energy, mass, these are all things we once believed were the primary building blocks of existence. But as quantum theory advanced, a new contender entered the scene: information. Everything in the universe, from a blade of grass to a black hole, appears to be made of information, encoded states, patterns, probabilities. And information, by its nature, must be interpreted. Read, known. But known by what? This brings us to the core revelation. Consciousness may not be an emergent property of complex brains, but the intrinsic field that gives rise to all complexity, all form, and all experience. In other words, consciousness isn't in the universe. The universe is in consciousness. This isn't spiritual optimism. It's a hypothesis gaining traction in physics, cosmology, and systems theory. Leading thinkers, such as physicist John Archibald Wheeler, suggest that reality is participatory, that it arises not from fixed laws and inert matter, but through interaction, through choice, through awareness. I think, therefore I am takes on a new level of meaning here, because it may be that I am, therefore it exists. This flips the traditional model on its head. In the old view, matter creates brains. Brains create consciousness. Consciousness is a side effect of biology. In the emerging view, consciousness is fundamental. It gives rise to information. Information creates structure. Structure produces matter. And here's why this matters, not just cosmically, but personally. If consciousness is the root layer of the universe, then you, as a conscious being, are not an accidental fluke of evolution. You are a focal point of the universe becoming aware of itself. You are not in the cosmos looking out. You are consciousness looking in, creating form through focus, organizing energy into reality through attention and intention. This explains why intention has effect, why visualization creates outcomes, why alignment matters more than force. Because you are not separate from the field you're trying to influence. You are that field organized into the shape of a person, filtering infinite intelligence through a local perspective. And when you focus, you are not using your mind to bend matter. You are consciousness remembering that matter was never separate to begin with. You don't create reality from outside it. You collapse it from within. Now let's look at one more parallel, this time from ancient wisdom. For thousands of years, traditions around the world have spoken of a divine consciousness, a universal mind, an all-pervasive awareness from which all things arise. Call it Brahman, call it the Tao, call it Source. These teachings describe consciousness as the original substance, the eternal witness, the unmoved mover. And for generations, science rejected this idea as myth, mysticism, or metaphor. But today, physics is beginning to catch up. When we study the quantum vacuum, the so-called empty space between particles, we find it's not empty at all. It's teeming with energy, fluctuating, unpredictable, teeming with potential. This sea of potential is not a backdrop, it is the field. And that field behaves not as dead space, but as a responsive, dynamic system. A field that acts as if it knows when it's being observed. The question no one can avoid anymore is, if the field responds like it's aware, if matter doesn't exist until measured, if time and space can be bent by intention, then is the universe itself a conscious system? And more urgently, are you the universe, recognizing itself through a localized aperture? This brings us to the greatest realization yet. You are not using consciousness to change reality. You are consciousness experiencing reality. And when you fully remember that, when you stop trying to manipulate the field and instead align with the fact that you are the field, everything shifts. Creation becomes fluid, resistance fades, synchronicity increases, and life stops feeling like something that's happening to you, and starts feeling like something that's happening through you. So now that you've seen consciousness not as a side effect of matter but as the origin of matter, now that you understand you are not within a universe, but that the universe is arising within you, a deeper question is ready to be asked. If your thoughts ripple through the quantum field, and your awareness collapses outcomes, what happens when your thinking becomes deliberate, coherent, focused on a specific change? Next, we'll explore whether your thoughts can be used, not just for ideas or imagination, but to directly influence reality. Because if consciousness is the core of the cosmos, then your thoughts might be the code that rewrites it. You've uncovered a staggering truth. Consciousness is not a byproduct of the universe. It is the origin. The field responds not to effort or force, but to attention, belief, and frequency. That means every thought you have isn't just a flicker of mental activity. It's an energetic imprint. Now we face the next frontier in this journey. If your thoughts ripple into the field, can they shape what happens next? This isn't about wishful thinking. It's about quantum interaction. Manifestation, when misunderstood, sounds like magical thinking. Simply wish for something and it appears. That's not what's happening. Not even close. Let's step into the mechanics. When you think, your brain doesn't just generate ideas. It creates electromagnetic waves, vibrational signals that broadcast into the field. Every thought carries a frequency. Every feeling adds charge. And the combination of thought plus emotion creates a unique energetic signature. Now think back to what you already know. The field responds to observation, to belief, to expectation, to emotional resonance, which means your repeated thoughts, when emotionally charged and held with focused attention, begin to influence the probability cloud, the superposition of possible outcomes, collapsing it into form. Your thoughts don't summon something from nothing. They align you with a version of reality where that outcome already exists. Here's the critical shift. You don't force the field to obey. You synchronize with the version of reality where what you seek is already true. It's not attraction. It's alignment. That's why random thoughts don't create dramatic results. It's not just what you think. It's how consistently, clearly, and emotionally you hold that thought. The field mirrors your signal, not your passing desires. Let's break this into practical language. Say you want to experience abundance, but your dominant thoughts are fear, lack, or worry. Even if you try to think positively for a moment, the dominant frequency you're emitting is lack. So what does the field reflect? A version of reality that contains more lack. The field doesn't respond to your hopes. It responds to your signature. And your signature is a combination of belief, emotion, and thought held in coherence. This explains why people who try hard often struggle, because trying is often rooted in lack. In contrast, those who feel secure, grateful, and expectant tend to manifest effortlessly, because their energy matches the outcome. But this isn't a mindset game. This is quantum literacy. Let's return to the famous double-slit experiment. Particle, when unobserved, moves through both slits. It exists in potential, but once observed, it collapses into one state. Now ask yourself this: what is your dominant observation of your own life? What story do you keep watching? Are you observing failure, lack, isolation, or possibility, growth, wholeness? Because what you observe repeatedly becomes what collapses. The observer effect isn't limited to labs. It happens every moment you focus on a thought, every time you speak a belief, every time you emotionally react to a pattern. You are observing that reality into being. So how do you shift the signal? Here's where manifestation becomes real. Clarity of thought. You must be precise. Vague intentions yield vague outcomes. The quantum field responds best to sharp input, just like a radio tuner needs the exact frequency to receive the right broadcast. Emotional charge. Thought without emotion is weak. Emotion without direction is scattered. Together, they create a powerful magnetic wave that speaks directly to the field. Feel the outcome as if it's already real. Sustained attention. One moment of focus is not enough. The field doesn't require time, but you do. Your subconscious patterning resists new signals. Sustained attention trains your system to hold the new frequency. Non-resistance. Clinging to the result slows the process. Desperation broadcasts lack. Trust accelerates alignment. This isn't detachment. It's coherence, holding the vision without obsessing over the timeline. Here's what this changes. You stop waiting for external proof before you believe something is possible. You start using internal coherence to select the version of reality where it already exists. Your external world doesn't create your internal state. Your internal state determines which external version becomes available to you. This is not imagination. It's quantum selection. When Nikola Tesla said, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration," he wasn't being poetic. He was describing the exact language the field understands. So if you want a new outcome, learn the vibration of that outcome. If you want healing, learn the frequency of wholeness. If you want love, learn the feeling of being deeply connected before it arrives. If you want freedom, feel what it's like to already be free. This flips the cycle. Instead of chasing something to make you feel better, you feel better first, and the quantum field reflects that version of you. This is how manifestation actually works. It's not magic. It's energetic alignment within a conscious universe that's always responding. And here's something even more important. The field is not listening to your surface mind. It's listening to your subconscious signal. That's why reprogramming limiting beliefs matters. That's why healing past emotion matters. Because even if you're thinking one thing, if you believe the opposite, that's what the field responds to. So don't just affirm new outcomes. Embody them. Don't just visualize the future. Feel it, live it, become it now. Because the quantum field is not delayed. It mirrors what's real for you now. Not what's true. What's real vibrationally. Now that you know your thoughts interact with the quantum field, and your emotions charge those thoughts with energetic weight, it's time to sharpen your most powerful tool. Because in the next chapter, we're going to take this one step further. You've seen the power of focus. You've felt the importance of frequency. Now let's look at the gateway to direct access, the present moment. Because presence isn't just a calming technique. It may be the only place where the field can truly be changed. You've witnessed the field respond to thoughts, seen how emotion drives manifestation, and begun to understand the quantum mechanics behind alignment. But there is one element that makes all of this function, not as theory, not as wishful thinking, but as a lived, repeatable experience. That element is now. Not 5 minutes from now. Not tomorrow. Not next week when everything's in place. The field does not respond to potential futures. It responds to the now because the now is the only point where anything ever truly happens. This brings us to one of the most misunderstood, underestimated, and yet profoundly powerful ideas in both spirituality and science, the present moment. For years, spiritual teachers like Eckhart Tolle have emphasized the now, not as a vague concept of being more mindful, but as the gateway to transformation. His core message? Time is an illusion. The past is memory. The future is imagination. The now is all there is. But why is that true, not just spiritually, but quantum mechanically? Because in the quantum field, time does not exist as a linear flow. The field of possibilities you interact with exists as a multidimensional now. Every version of reality you could access, every outcome, every timeline is already present in potential. The only place you can make contact with it is this moment. You don't reach the future. You select it in the now. Here's how it works. When you are fully present, completely aware of this moment without mental projection, you enter a state of coherence. Your brain waves settle. Your energy field stabilizes. Your attention, rather than scattering across regrets or worries, becomes unified. And in that unified presence, your signal into the quantum field becomes clear. It's not being divided between past pain and future fear. It's singular. It's strong. It's undistracted. That's why manifestations occur more rapidly in present awareness. Not because the now is nice, but because the now is the only place where your frequency can match a new reality without interference from stories of the past or fear about the future. When Eckhart Tolle speaks of being still, silent, and aware, he's not offering a relaxation method. He's describing how to access the core field where all timelines converge. Stillness is not passive. It is the most active state in the quantum universe. When you're present, you're not stuck in reaction. You're not replaying trauma. You're not imagining worst-case scenarios. You are here. And in the here, you can change the field. Now compare that to what most people do all day. They relive yesterday. They pre-live tomorrow. They think constantly about what's missing, what's broken, what needs to change. Their attention is everywhere but the now. And as a result, their quantum signal is incoherent. It's like trying to tune a radio while switching frequencies every second. You never receive a clean broadcast. You never collapse a clear outcome. The field isn't punishing you. It's just responding to your lack of presence. That's why presence is the portal. It bypasses the noise. It accesses the place where change is actually possible. This also explains why your most profound insights come when you're not overthinking, when you're walking in nature, lost in music, meditating, or still. In those moments, your mind is quiet enough for the field to respond to you. Not your fears, not your memories, not your conditioned beliefs. So the real power is not in controlling every thought. It's in being aware of thought without getting pulled into it. That awareness, that gap between the thought and your identity is presence. And presence is the space where you stop being the personality and start becoming the consciousness behind it. Let's break this into real terms. You want abundance? Be fully present with the feeling of abundance now, not the future goal. Feel it now. You want healing? Stop replaying the story of illness. Become present to the body's intelligence now. You want connection? Stop rehearsing old betrayals. Be with this moment and let the field reflect the new frequency of trust. This is why people who are present seem magnetic. You feel drawn to them, not because of what they say, but because they are anchored. Their energy isn't leaking into the past or the future. They radiate from the now, and the field responds to them with speed, clarity, and synchronicity. Now let's connect this back to quantum physics. In delayed choice experiments, a particle's behavior can be influenced even after it has traveled its path. The choice made in the present affects what already happened. This suggests that time may not be unidirectional, and that present focus can reach into the so-called past and future. When you become truly present, you change more than your current emotion. You change your entire field. You change what comes next, and possibly what already occurred, at least in how it imprints on your experience. So how do you enter this portal? You stop chasing future outcomes. You stop fighting past patterns. You start sensing this breath, this thought, this moment. Now, you train your system to stop running and start tuning. In that tuning, your state shifts. In that shift, the field begins to echo back a new version of reality. Not because time has moved, but because your frequency did. You now see that the quantum field does not wait. It reflects. It doesn't obey time. It responds to presence. And you now hold the key. When you align your thoughts and emotions with presence, not projection, you gain access to the entire field of possibility. From this still point, all timelines unfold. From this now, all outcomes are reachable. And from this state, you no longer ask the universe to deliver. You become the version of yourself who already lives that life. So now that you've stepped into the portal of presence, let's ask the next question. In this stillness, this coherence, what can you hear? Because coming up, we explore silence as signal and discover why stillness isn't the absence of power, but the purest access point to the quantum field. You've seen how presence grants access to the quantum field, how the now isn't just a moment in time, but a gateway to every possible version of reality. But presence alone, while powerful, is only the threshold. There's a deeper layer still, one that doesn't require thought, effort, or action. It requires silence, stillness. And here's the paradox. In a universe that seems to reward movement, output, and acceleration, it is stillness, true inner silence, that allows your consciousness to broadcast its clearest, most coherent signal. This is not philosophy. This is quantum alignment. Let's start with what meditation actually is, not as a spiritual tradition, but as a neurological and energetic process. When you enter a meditative state, your brain transitions from beta, busy, analytical waves into alpha, theta, and sometimes delta states. These are slower, more coherent frequencies. In these states, your brain is no longer scanning the external world. It shifts into inward awareness. Your identity loosens. Your emotional body stabilizes. And something extraordinary happens. Your thoughts begin to quiet. And when thought ceases, your awareness is no longer tied to language, memory, or time. You don't disappear. You expand. You become awareness itself, not observing your body, but resting in the field of consciousness that precedes thought. This is the stillness mystics speak of. This is the point where the ego pauses, and the signal of pure awareness begins to resonate. Now, why does this matter in quantum terms? Because stillness is not the absence of activity. It is the absence of interference. When you're thinking, judging, remembering, and anticipating, you are producing noise. That noise creates mixed signals in the field, contradictory intentions, erratic frequencies, conflicting narratives. The field still responds, but the outcomes are tangled, unpredictable, diffuse. Stillness, on the other hand, is clarity. In deep meditation, you are not doing. You are being. And in that state of being, your electromagnetic field becomes coherent. The heart and brain synchronize. Your nervous system calms. And your body shifts into a regenerative, harmonic state. This coherence doesn't just make you feel good. It creates the precise vibrational condition necessary to interact cleanly with the quantum field. You stop broadcasting confusion. You start broadcasting alignment. And that alignment doesn't come from effort. It comes from presence without distraction. From awareness without reaction. Meditation is not the goal. It's the tuning process. And here's the deeper layer: entanglement. When two particles are entangled, they behave as one system. Not because they are near each other, but because their states are linked. Change one, and the other changes instantly, even across galaxies. Now ask yourself this: what happens when your consciousness becomes entangled with the field? What if your deepest self, your purest awareness, is already entangled with the outcomes you seek? What if meditation isn't just calming your mind, but activating your connection to the version of you that already lives in wholeness, abundance, peace? In this view, meditation becomes more than a practice. It becomes a reconnection. You're not creating something new. You're tuning into something that already exists. And by sustaining that frequency, by staying still long enough to merge with that version, you begin to collapse your current timeline into that higher potential. Not by asking, not by visualizing, but by matching. This explains why spontaneous healings, revelations, and emotional releases often occur during deep stillness. You are no longer running interference. The entangled signal comes through. The quantum field, no longer distorted by your noise, reflects your clearest frequency. And that reflection can shift your body, your emotions, your reality. Now consider what ancient traditions have taught for centuries. That silence is the voice of God. That enlightenment is found not through knowing more, but through being less. That the kingdom of heaven is within. Every one of these points to the same place, the still point where the separate self dissolves and the universal self emerges. And here's where the science and spirit intersect. In that stillness, you return to the implicate order, a term coined by physicist David Bohm to describe the hidden, underlying connectedness of all things. You stop operating as an isolated wave and reconnect to the ocean. You re-enter the entangled state, not metaphorically, energetically. And when you return to waking life, something's different. Your choices carry more weight. Your thoughts are fewer but more impactful. Your emotions arise, but don't control you. And most importantly, your field is steady. You no longer broadcast doubt, chaos, contradiction. You broadcast awareness. And the universe, in turn, adjusts. It reflects that signal. That's why stillness isn't a retreat from power. It is the source of power. The less mental noise you produce, the more access you gain. You begin to see clearly, act precisely, and receive fully. Not because you pushed harder, but because you tuned deeper. Now that you've experienced stillness not as absence, but as alignment. Now that you've seen how meditation connects you to the field not by intention, but by coherence. It's time to go even further, because now that you know how to feel your way into alignment, we'll explore the hidden system that's influencing you even when you're not aware of it. You've used your conscious thoughts. You've quieted your mind. But there's another player operating in the field, one far more powerful than your moment-to-moment attention. Up next, you meet the true architect behind your reality, the subconscious mind. You've seen how stillness grants access to the field. You've felt the power of presence and experienced how observation shapes reality. But all of this, the thoughts you think, the emotions you feel, the signals you emit, relies on something even deeper, something behind the scenes. Something you rarely notice, yet that dictates the majority of your life. Your subconscious. It doesn't sleep. It doesn't argue. It doesn't judge. It simply executes. And when it comes to the quantum field, your subconscious isn't just an influence. It is the command center. Let's start by being clear. The subconscious isn't mystical. It's measurable. It governs approximately 95% of your behavior. It regulates your body, stores your memories, encodes your habits, and forms the baseline of your belief system. Now here's the crucial connection. The quantum field doesn't respond to what you say you want. It responds to the dominant frequency you live in. And that frequency is not generated by your passing thoughts. It's generated by your subconscious programming. You can consciously visualize wealth, peace, health, or love. But if your subconscious is saturated with scarcity, fear, or unworthiness, that's the signal the field is receiving. That's the version of reality that continues to unfold. This is not a conflict between positivity and negativity. It's a mismatch between surface intention and foundational identity. Think of your mind like a computer. Your conscious thoughts are the user interface, what's visible on the screen. But your subconscious is the operating system running in the background. If the code there is outdated, corrupted, or misaligned, then no matter what you click on, the system will loop back to its default settings. In the quantum universe, those default settings collapse your timelines. Now ask yourself, what stories run silently in your background? What conclusions did you absorb about love, money, success, and worth before you were even able to challenge them? What rules have you unknowingly installed in your field? Rules that say what you're allowed to have, how much joy is acceptable, what you must sacrifice to be accepted. These aren't just personal beliefs. They are energetic programs embedded in your subconscious. And because your subconscious is always broadcasting 24 hours a day, it becomes the signal that the quantum field reflects back. But here's the opportunity. The subconscious is not fixed. It's trainable. And when you begin to understand that, you stop trying to force change with willpower and start rewiring the command center itself. This is the shift that changes lives. Because when your subconscious beliefs align with your conscious desires, there's no more resistance in the signal. The energy is clean. The outcome flows. The field responds instantly, not because you manipulated it, but because the broadcast is finally coherent. Let's look at how the subconscious gets programmed. Repetition. The subconscious learns through repetition. Not just verbal repetition, but emotional repetition. What you feel over and over becomes embedded. Emotion, strong emotions, especially in childhood, embed beliefs quickly. Traumas, fears, or even moments of celebration create deep programming because they carry heightened energetic charge. Imagery. The subconscious doesn't think in language. It thinks in symbols, metaphors, and sensory impressions. That's why visualization can bypass conscious filters and imprint directly. Authority and environment. What you're told by trusted figures, parents, teachers, society, especially early in life, becomes part of your internal framework. Your subconscious accepts these inputs as reality unless consciously updated. Now here's where it gets quantum. The subconscious doesn't operate in linear time. That means the beliefs you installed decades ago are still active now unless they've been reprogrammed. And since the field responds to now, your present reality still bends to old conditioning. So if you're wondering why your life loops in certain areas, relationships, finances, health, it's not because you're doing something wrong in the present. It's because your subconscious is generating outcomes based on a past-based identity that hasn't been updated. You can't fix that loop by working harder. You fix it by changing the source code. This is why affirmations alone often fail. If they contradict the subconscious program, they create internal conflict. The subconscious will always win because it controls the majority of your energy output. So how do you reprogram? A meditative suggestion: in theta brainwave states, just before sleep or upon waking, your subconscious is most open to suggestion. This is the window where new beliefs can be installed with minimal resistance. Emotional rehearsal. When you combine a new belief with strong positive emotion, you impress it deeper into the subconscious. Feel it real. Let it move through your nervous system. Imagery and identity work. Instead of focusing on outcomes, focus on becoming the person who naturally lives that outcome. Don't just affirm, "I am successful." Visualize the version of you who expects success, and feel that version as real. Disruption of old patterns. Awareness alone can begin to dissolve old programming. Once you catch a pattern, question it. Is it still true? Who gave it to you? Do you want to keep living it? As you apply these practices, your subconscious begins to shift. Slowly at first, then rapidly. And as it shifts, so does your signal. So does your reality. Because the field is always listening. It reflects not what you hope for, but who you are, energetically, habitually, unconsciously. When the inner narrative becomes aligned, the outer world must mirror it. It has no choice. That's quantum law. So now that you've seen your subconscious as the true quantum command center, silent, consistent, and unbelievably powerful, you can stop fighting with the surface and begin upgrading from the core. Your life isn't built on what you consciously want. It's built on what your subconscious accepts as possible. And when you change that, you change everything. But you might be wondering, if my subconscious is that powerful, what else could it be doing? Could it access information beyond my senses? Could it interact with the field in ways I've never considered? Coming up next, we explore the science and evidence behind that very idea. Because your subconscious may not just be a processor of memory. It may be a quantum intelligence, tapping into knowledge beyond time, space, and even logic. You've now met the subconscious as the silent architect behind nearly every thought you think, every emotion you feel, and every reality you collapse into being. But if you think of it only as a memory bank or pattern replicator, you're still underestimating its role. The subconscious is not merely a library of past impressions. It is an interface, a living, responsive mechanism with the potential to access quantum information far beyond your conscious mind's reach. And yes, we're now entering territory once thought to belong strictly to mystics and spiritual traditions. But modern research is catching up, and what it's finding is impossible to ignore. Your subconscious may be interacting with the quantum field at levels that defy explanation by conventional neuroscience. Let's begin with the idea of non-locality, the concept that two systems, once connected, can affect each other instantly across distance. This has been confirmed in particle physics countless times. But here's what's rarely discussed. Human consciousness appears to demonstrate similar non-local effects. In studies exploring remote viewing, precognition, intuition, and subconscious information retrieval, participants have accessed knowledge about objects, locations, and future events they had no logical way of knowing. Skeptical? Good. That means you're paying attention. But consider this. In controlled experiments conducted at institutions like Princeton's Pear Lab, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research, individuals were able to affect random number generators with intention alone. Not consciously, subconsciously. These weren't guesses. They were statistically significant shifts in probability caused by focused minds acting on chaotic systems. And what did researchers find? The more emotionally invested and non-attached the participant was, the more the system responded. In other words, when the conscious mind got out of the way, the subconscious signal came through stronger. Now let's connect this to your everyday experience. Have you ever had a gut feeling that turned out to be right? Ever had a dream about someone you hadn't seen in years, only to hear from them the next day? Ever walked into a room and knew something was off before a word was spoken? These aren't lucky guesses. They are signals. They are moments when your subconscious, operating non-locally without linear logic, picks up information encoded in the field. Because here's the quantum truth. Information is never lost. Every interaction, every choice, every vibration creates an imprint, and your subconscious is tuned to that informational matrix, constantly reading subtle energy, frequency, and coherence that your conscious mind filters out. Let's look at dreams. Dreams aren't nonsense. They are symbolic translations of subconscious activity. And in many documented cases, dreams have revealed solutions to problems, warned of health issues, and even predicted external events. How? Because during sleep, your conscious defenses lower. Your critical filters relax. And the subconscious, no longer held back by logic, begins to access information stored non-locally. It's like tuning into a channel that's always been broadcasting. You just had too much noise to hear it. And this isn't just intuition. It's data processing. Your subconscious is capable of computing variables, detecting patterns, and identifying trends far faster than your analytical mind. In fact, modern neuroscience confirms that decisions are often made before we become aware of them. Brain scans show activity in decision-making regions seconds before the subject consciously chooses. So who or what is choosing? The subconscious. It's scanning your environment, weighing probabilities, processing emotional and energetic inputs, and then presenting you with a feeling, a pull, an urge before you even know why. That's not instinct. That's subconscious quantum computation. Now think about how this affects your ability to interact with the field. If your subconscious is already scanning information non-locally, then manifestation, synchronicity, and intuitive timing are not coincidences. They are signs of subconscious alignment. When your subconscious signal is clean, meaning coherent, emotionally resonant, and unblocked, you start to coincidentally meet the right people, hear the right message, stumble into the right moment. But it's not coincidence. It's quantum alignment. And your subconscious is doing the heavy lifting. That's why surface-level thinking can't compete with deep belief work. You can affirm abundance all day, but if your subconscious believes you're unworthy, you'll keep energetically bypassing opportunities. It's also why people who meditate regularly, not just to relax, but to rewire, begin experiencing synchronicities, insights, and intuitive downloads. They're accessing deeper layers of subconscious intelligence. This brings us to one of the most profound applications, healing. There is growing evidence that the subconscious can influence the body at a cellular level, affecting immune response, gene expression, and even recovery from illness. Placebo research alone shows that belief, especially subconscious belief, can trigger physical healing responses without any pharmacological input. People recover simply because they believe they will. But the belief has to penetrate below the conscious layer. The subconscious must accept it as real. That's when the field begins to respond not just mentally or emotionally, but biologically. Your thoughts don't heal you. Your subconscious conviction does. So here's what this means for you now. If your subconscious is a quantum interface, if it operates non-locally, accessing information beyond the senses, if it influences decisions before you're aware of them, if it can help you align with outcomes, timelines, and health without conscious effort, then your real work is not just to think better thoughts. It's to reprogram the subconscious source code of those thoughts, to remove interference, to upgrade the signal. Because once the subconscious is aligned with what you consciously desire, the quantum field stops resisting, and the universe begins to echo your internal truth with external proof. So now that you've seen the science, the research, and the evidence for your subconscious as a quantum-level intelligence, you may be wondering, how do I start using it? How do I consciously reprogram this hidden master? That's what we're going into next, because it's time to stop living by default and start recoding your reality from the inside out. You now know that the subconscious is more than just mental storage. It's a quantum interface, a powerful broadcasting system that shapes your external world based on your internal code. And unless that code is updated, the field will continue reflecting the same outcomes over and over again. Here's the truth. You are not stuck because life is random. You are stuck because your subconscious keeps selecting the same energetic path by default. But here's the breakthrough. That code is editable. And in this chapter, you'll learn how to hack it. This is not wishful thinking or surface-level motivation. This is about direct access to the signal that the quantum field listens to most consistently, your subconscious frequency. Let's start with a fundamental principle. Your subconscious doesn't respond to logic. It responds to emotion, imagery, repetition, and identity, which means traditional thinking won't change your subconscious. You don't argue your way into new beliefs. You don't convince it with spreadsheets and facts. You impress it with repeated emotional signals, symbolic messages, and aligned internal states. Let's break down how that works, step by step. Step 1. Identify the code running the loop. You cannot change a program you haven't seen. The first step is brutal honesty. What beliefs do you actually hold about money, love, health, or worth? Not what you wish you believed. What you truly believe beneath the surface. Here's how you find out. Look at your life, the patterns you repeat, the emotional reactions that never change, the circumstances you always end up in. They are the printout of your subconscious script. Your job is not to judge them. Your job is to recognize them as code, outdated, inherited, unchallenged. Every time you say, "That's just how I am," you're defending a line of that code. The moment you question it, you begin to write a new one. Step 2. Enter the programmable state. You can't install new software while the system is running on high alert. That's why most attempts at change fail. They're made from the beta brainwave state. Stressed, distracted, defensive. You must shift into a more programmable frequency. That means entering theta, the brainwave state dominant during deep meditation, hypnosis, and the moments just before sleep and just after waking. In theta, your conscious mind quiets. The subconscious becomes accessible. Resistance lowers, and new input has a chance to take root. These windows are your prime opportunities to reprogram the field. Step 3. Replace the old code with sensory precision. The subconscious doesn't speak in affirmations. It speaks in symbols, imagery, and felt emotion. When you visualize, you're not just daydreaming. You're feeding the subconscious a new energetic blueprint. But here's the key. The subconscious only accepts what feels real. So don't visualize passively. Don't stand outside the scene. Step into it. Feel the ground. Hear the sounds. Activate as many senses as possible. Let your nervous system believe you're already there. If you do it right, your body won't know the difference between the vision and the physical world. That's when the field begins to respond, because your subconscious begins transmitting a new frequency, and the quantum field, in turn, mirrors it. Step 4. Emotion is the install button. The subconscious accepts what is emotionally charged. This is why trauma installs beliefs so fast. But the same mechanism works in reverse. To rewrite your code, you must generate positive emotion while visualizing the new identity. Gratitude, joy, love, relief. The emotion is what anchors the change. When you pair a new belief with high emotional frequency, the subconscious says, "This must be important." Repeat that pairing consistently, and the new code becomes dominant. Step 5. Align your identity, not just your goals. Most people focus on outcomes, but your subconscious is hardwired to maintain identity. That means if you affirm abundance but still identify as someone who struggles, your subconscious will override the affirmation. It's not protecting your dreams. It's protecting your self-image. So don't just try to get something. Become someone new. Don't say, "I want to be successful." Say, "I am someone who expects success." Feel it, live it, act from it. The field doesn't respond to your goals. It responds to your sense of self. When identity changes, everything else adjusts around it. Step 6. Automate the new pattern. The subconscious loves consistency. If you feed it mixed signals, one powerful visualization and then a week of stress and self-doubt, it reverts to the dominant pattern. The key to reprogramming is repetition. Every day, same time, same script, same emotion. Build a ritual that installs your new code. Morning, 5 to 10 minutes of visualized identity immersion. Night, theta state affirmations, or audio suggestions. To daily, conscious language correction. Catch and change old phrases immediately. Over time, the new pattern becomes automatic. That's when you stop trying to manifest and start attracting by default. Step 7. Let the old code die quietly. You don't need to fix every old belief. You only need to stop feeding it. When an old thought arises, don't wrestle with it. Don't argue. Don't spiral. Just starve it. Acknowledge it as a ghost of old programming and move on. Redirect. Return to the new identity. Over and over again. Eventually, the old frequency fades. And when it does, space opens for the new code to dominate. This is the real law of attraction. It's not about wanting. It's about becoming. It's not about wishing. It's about transmitting. It's not about waiting. It's about aligning. The universe is not holding anything back. It's reflecting what your subconscious already believes you deserve. So if you don't like the reflection, don't beg the mirror to change. Change the signal it's responding to. Rewire the mind. Upgrade the frequency. Reshape the outcome. Now that you know exactly how to reprogram the quantum mind, it's time to go deeper. Because your subconscious is not just running the show during waking hours. It's also speaking in a language you've been trained to ignore. A language made of symbols, archetypes, and codes. And it speaks most clearly while you sleep. Your subconscious isn't quiet when you sleep. In fact, it may be louder, communicating through imagery, sensation, and narrative in a language far older than words. Dreams. These nightly transmissions are not random noise. They are code, vibrational symbols compressed into stories, metaphors, and emotional frequencies. And the deeper truth is this: your dreams may be accessing the same quantum field your conscious mind tries to command. You've now seen how thought shapes matter, how identity transmits frequency, and how subconscious beliefs create your lived reality. But every night, as your conscious defenses go offline, your subconscious mind opens direct access to that same energetic field. And the question is not whether dreams mean something. The real question is, what are they doing? Let's begin with what we know. During REM sleep, your brain enters a state of internal activation. Your body is paralyzed, your muscles are still, but your mind lights up. Brain scans show regions associated with memory, emotion, and pattern recognition firing like a storm. Logic centers go quiet. Language centers dim. You're not analyzing. You're experiencing. And in that state, the subconscious doesn't speak with words. It speaks in symbols. Why? Because symbols are the native language of the subconscious, and the quantum field itself appears to be symbolic in nature. It's not built on human syntax. It's built on patterns, archetypes, and resonance. Every element in your dream, whether a person, place, or strange event, is a symbolic stand-in for energy. And if you can learn to read that language, you gain access to the subconscious map your conscious mind cannot reach. Now, here's where it gets quantum. Your dreams don't just replay your past. They may explore multiple probable futures. The subconscious isn't bound by time. It can access past impressions, future trajectories, and parallel versions of your current timeline. This is why precognitive dreams, dreams that predict real events, are not rare. They've been documented for centuries, across every culture, by people with no interest in mysticism or belief systems. In lab studies, participants have dreamed of future outcomes that later occurred in detail. How? Because in sleep, your awareness is no longer filtered by linear time. You become quantum, free-floating in the field of possibility. You're not traveling. You're tuning in. The dream becomes a holographic reflection of your vibrational state, revealing what you're aligned with, what you're resisting, and what timeline you're moving toward. Let's look at examples. Recurring dreams. These often represent unresolved programs in your subconscious. The pattern persists because the energy hasn't shifted. It's a loop, a feedback signal from the field saying, "This is still active." Nightmares. These aren't just fears. They're energetic overloads. When a suppressed emotion or belief becomes too misaligned, the subconscious raises the volume. A nightmare is often the system trying to flush outdated frequency. forcing you to confront what you won't process when awake. Lucid dreams. When you become aware within a dream, you step into a unique space where consciousness and subconscious merge. In that state, what you intend becomes instantly reflected. You think of flying and you fly. You ask a question and a symbolic answer arrives. This isn't fantasy. It's a rehearsal space for quantum alignment. Flying, falling, losing teeth. These are classic symbolic motifs. Flying can represent elevated frequency. Falling often signals loss of control. Losing teeth may reflect fear of powerlessness or inability to communicate clearly. These symbols repeat across cultures for a reason. The subconscious uses a shared archetypal structure. But even more important than interpretation is recognition. Your dreams show you what code is currently active, and that makes them one of the most direct diagnostic tools for subconscious alignment. If you consistently dream about scarcity, loss, fear, or failure, it's not a prophecy. It's a broadcast. Your subconscious is telling you what frequency you're currently tuned to. If you dream about ease, synchronicity, or vision, it's revealing your readiness to receive. And when you engage with your dreams consciously, you start to turn that diagnostic tool into a feedback loop. Here's how. 1. Set a dream intention before sleep. Your subconscious listens. Instead of falling asleep mindlessly, pose a question. What am I currently aligned with? What belief do I need to release? What timeline am I heading toward? Even one clear intention can shape the dream environment. You're giving the subconscious a prompt. It responds with symbolic output. 2. Record immediately upon waking. The dream evaporates fast because it wasn't stored in the same region of memory as waking life. Keep a journal or voice note app beside your bed. Capture fragments, images, feelings, patterns. Don't wait for a full dream. Record anything. These pieces are enough. 3. Interpret energetically, not literally. Your ex showing up in a dream doesn't mean it's about them. It may symbolize the emotional frequency you associate with that period of your life. Ask, what does this represent to me emotionally? What energy is this mirroring? The goal is not intellectual clarity. It's emotional resonance. 4. Track recurrence. When a symbol appears repeatedly, it means the pattern is anchored. This is your subconscious saying, we haven't cleared this yet. Use this as a signal to reprogram consciously while awake, through meditation, affirmation, identity work, or energy release. 5. Use lucid dreaming as quantum practice. If you become lucid, use the space. Ask to see your highest timeline. Ask to meet the version of yourself who's already aligned. Practice experiencing what it feels like to receive, to flow, to know. Your nervous system doesn't know it's not real. The frequency gets installed anyway. Here's the quantum shift. Your dreams are not random. They are reflective broadcasts, the subconscious showing you what energy is dominant and what outcome is most probable based on that frequency. You are already interacting with the field while you sleep. The question is, are you doing it consciously? Because once you begin working with dreams, symbols, and the subconscious as live energy, you unlock a second layer of manifestation. One that doesn't require effort, only attunement. The field is broadcasting, and so are you. The dream is the translation point. You now see that your subconscious never turns off. It speaks in dreams. It reaches across timelines, and it gives you direct feedback on what your energy is currently creating, even before it shows up in the physical world. But there's a challenge still to face. Sometimes the code isn't just outdated, it's distorted. Not because of ignorance, but because of pain. What happens when trauma gets encoded into your field? How do you rewrite the parts of your system that weren't just learned, but felt too deeply to release? That's where we go next. Because before we talk about high-frequency living, we have to clear the frequencies that keep dragging you back. By now, you've seen how your subconscious communicates through emotion, dreams, symbols, and energetic signals that ripple into the quantum field. But for many people, those signals are distorted not by faulty thinking, but by something more deeply embedded. Trauma, not just emotional wounds, not just painful memories. Trauma is frozen energy, a moment in your personal timeline that overwhelmed your system and left behind a vibrational imprint. And unless that imprint is resolved, it continues to broadcast silently, blocking the frequency you're trying to emit. The field is not rejecting you. It's responding to what's still active in your signal. So here's the core truth of this chapter. You cannot manifest your higher timeline while carrying the emotional frequency of unprocessed trauma. The two signals conflict, and the field, always coherent, mirrors the dominant one. Let's start with what trauma really is. Trauma isn't just what happened. It's what your nervous system didn't finish processing. It's the experience that got stuck. Could be a major event, an accident, betrayal, loss. Or it could be subtle, years of rejection, chronic criticism, neglect. The point isn't the size of the event. It's the energetic freeze it creates. In trauma, your body braces, your breath shortens, your awareness narrows, and most importantly, your frequency drops. You collapse into survival mode. Fight, flight, freeze. You disconnect from the field. And if the system doesn't complete the cycle, that energy stays in the loop. Emotionally, physically, subconsciously, energetically, this creates a kind of static, an invisible interference pattern that clouds your intentions and delays your manifestations. You can think positively, you can visualize, but if the underlying trauma is still active, the field gets mixed signals. It hears your conscious desire and your unconscious fear at the same time. And the more intense the trauma, the more dominant its broadcast becomes. This is why people get stuck. Not because they're lazy, not because they're unworthy, because they're trying to build a new frequency on top of an unresolved one. So what does trauma look like when it's blocking the field? Repeating the same relationship dynamics, feeling unexplainable resistance to good things, experiencing sabotage just as things begin to improve, a numbness, overreaction, or dissociation. Trying everything but seeing no real change. These aren't flaws. They're indicators. Signals that your subconscious is still protecting you from something it believes is unsafe, even if that thing is what you say you want. And this brings us to a powerful realization. The subconscious doesn't seek happiness. It seeks safety. And if safety equals the familiar pain you've always known, it will keep looping it. So healing trauma is not just therapy. It's frequency repair. And once healed, the shift in your energetic field is immediate. Now, let's talk about how to actually process and clear trauma, so your signal becomes clean, coherent, and fully aligned with the field. Step 1. Witness without collapse. Trauma stays locked in place because you keep trying to avoid feeling it. But what you don't feel, you can't release. The first step is to gently bring awareness to the memory, sensation, or pattern. Not to relive it, not to fix it, just to witness it consciously, safely, without judgment. When you hold presence around a wound, you stop reinforcing it. You allow it to begin dissolving. Awareness is the solvent. Step 2. Let the body complete the cycle. Trauma is stored not in the mind, but in the nervous system. That's why you can't think your way out of it. You must let the body process what it never got to finish. This might include trembling or shaking, deep, sudden breathing, tears that come without a story, tension releasing from the chest or stomach. This is not regression. This is resolution. Let the energy move. Let the body tell its story without words. Step 3. Recode the pattern with emotion. Once the energy has been witnessed and released, you can begin to replace the imprint. This is where you install a new emotional memory, one that the body can recognize as safe. Imagine your younger self being supported, protected, empowered. Flood the memory with the emotion it should have received. Comfort, safety, love, connection. This is not imagination. This is frequency calibration. Your body doesn't know the difference between a real memory and a vividly felt one. That's why this works. Step 4. Anchor the new frequency in the present. Once you've rewritten the energetic pattern, your job is to hold that new signal in daily life. This means speaking a new internal narrative, walking, breathing, and making choices from the new identity. catching old patterns before they re-embed. The trauma may echo. That's okay. You don't fight the echo. You reaffirm the new frequency every time it surfaces. Over time, the echo fades, and the new pattern becomes dominant. Step 5. Use the field for integration. After healing, the quantum field becomes your ally again. You can now meditate, visualize, or dream from a cleaner frequency. No longer broadcasting conflicting signals, your intentions begin to take hold. Manifestation speeds up. You stop attracting lessons. You start attracting alignment. Not because the universe changed, because your signal finally matched your desire. Here's the deeper truth. Healing trauma isn't just about feeling better. It's about unblocking your access to the quantum field. It's about restoring the full clarity of your broadcast. Once the trauma is resolved, the subconscious no longer loops protection. It opens to expansion. It no longer scans for danger. It begins to scan for opportunity. You become energetically available to your higher timeline. Now that you've cleared the distortion, now that your subconscious is beginning to broadcast from coherence instead of protection, we can shift into the next layer of quantum alignment. Emotion, not just as a reaction, but as a frequency that actively tunes your life. Coming up, we explore your emotional body not as a burden, but as your most powerful vibrational instrument. You've faced the core distortions that trauma embeds in your field. You've learned to release stored pain and restore subconscious alignment. But there's a deeper layer that still holds the key to your real-time connection with the quantum field. Emotion, not just reactions, not just moods. Emotion is not something that happens to you. It is something you emit constantly. And in quantum terms, it is the carrier wave of your frequency. Let's make this clear. You are always vibrating, and your vibration is constantly shaping your experience of reality. But what determines your vibration? Not your thoughts alone, not your words, not your habits. It's the emotional tone beneath all of them. Emotion is the frequency signature the quantum field picks up instantly. It's the tone your entire energy system transmits, through your heart, your breath, your nervous system. And here's the key truth of this chapter. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you emotionally broadcast as real. Let that sink in. If you speak words of abundance but carry the emotion of lack, the field reflects the lack. If you set goals for love while feeling unworthy or unseen, the field mirrors the unworthiness. The emotion is the real signal. This isn't metaphor. It's measurable. The HeartMath Institute has shown that the heart's electromagnetic field, generated by emotion, is up to 60 times stronger than the brain's. And that field doesn't just influence your biology. It interacts with external electromagnetic fields as well. When you feel coherent emotion, gratitude, compassion, joy, your heart's rhythm becomes ordered, smooth, resonant, and that coherence strengthens your signal to the field. You stop sending static. You begin sending clarity. But when you feel conflicted emotions, fear, resentment, shame, your heart rhythm becomes chaotic, disordered. The signal breaks down. You may still have desires, but they're competing with the frequency of distress. And again, the field mirrors the dominant frequency. This is why mastering your emotional body is not about suppressing how you feel. It's about learning how to feel deliberately with awareness and integrity. So how do you use emotion as a quantum tool? Step 1. Identify your baseline state. Most people carry a default emotional frequency that's so familiar, they don't even question it. What's your normal? A mild frustration? A subtle worry? A low-grade resentment? Quiet anxiety? Or is it presence? Contentment? Excitement? Gratitude? Your baseline becomes your energetic broadcast, hour by hour, and your reality follows suit. Track it for 3 days. Name it without judgment. You're not fixing it yet, you're noticing the signal. Step 2. Feel the frequency of what you want. Now flip the lens. Instead of thinking about the life you want, ask, what emotion will I feel when I have it? Love? Relief? Excitement? Power? That emotion is the frequency of your target timeline. Now, can you generate that emotion now without needing the outcome first? Because the moment you do, you're not just visualizing your future. You're tuning to it. The field doesn't care whether the emotion is caused by a physical event or imagined alignment. It responds to frequency, and your nervous system doesn't know the difference. Emotion now equals signal now equals reflection now. Step 3, use emotion as a tuning fork. When you wake up in the morning, don't ask, "What do I need to do?" Ask, "What do I want to feel today?" That feeling becomes your compass. Every decision, action, and thought is either in tune with it or out of tune. And if something lowers your frequency, don't ignore it. Don't fake your way through it. Retune, breathe, center, return to the target emotion, even for 90 seconds. Each time you do, you reinforce the signal. You calibrate the body. You strengthen the magnetic pull of your field. Step 4. Understand the shadow role of emotion. Not all low-frequency emotions are blocks. Sometimes they're messengers. Fear may be showing you where a boundary is needed. Anger may reveal what's been violated. Sadness may ask for stillness. The quantum mistake is trying to suppress all negative emotion to stay high vibe. That's bypassing, creates fragmentation. The true quantum mastery is this: feel all emotion, but don't live in the ones that distort your signal. Witness them, honor them, let them pass. Then reselect the emotion that aligns with the life you're creating. That's conscious frequency management. Step 5. Practice emotional frequency drills. Make emotion an intentional daily practice, not a reaction but a choice. Set a timer for 2 minutes. Choose a target frequency. Gratitude, joy, confidence. Close your eyes. Bring to mind a memory or imagined scene that generates that emotion. Breathe it into your chest. Feel it expand. Your nervous system will start to recognize the new frequency as familiar. And once it feels familiar, the subconscious starts accepting it as normal. And once that happens, the field shifts automatically. So now you understand. Emotion isn't just feedback. It's output. It's instruction. And every day, your emotional body is scripting the tone of your reality, moment by moment. The better you get at feeling deliberately, the faster your environment matches that signal. And here's the final piece. Once emotion is stable, clear, and consistent, you become magnetically attractive to the version of your life you used to think you had to chase. No more proving, no more pushing, just alignment. Now that you've turned your emotional body into a tuning device, now that you know how to feel with precision, purpose, and quantum integrity, it's time to complete the feedback loop. You've changed the internal frequency. Now we show you how to pull external reality into resonance. Coming up, how to use visualization and energetic focus to create a quantum pull so powerful, the field can't help but respond. You've aligned your subconscious, healed old trauma, and activated the emotional frequencies of your future timeline. But there's one final bridge between your internal state and external results, the mechanism that translates energy into form, intent into outcome, and emotion into structure. That mechanism is visualization, but not the kind you've been taught. This isn't daydreaming. This isn't seeing pictures in your mind. This is quantum synchronization, using focused, emotionally charged imagery to pull your chosen reality toward you by collapsing it into form. The truth is, you're visualizing all the time. Every fear, every worry, every what if is a visualization. You see failure. You feel the emotion. You reinforce the frequency. That is a form of manifestation, just unconscious and misaligned. Now it's time to reverse that process, to take the same energy system and apply it with absolute clarity, precision, and coherence. Because when you do, you engage what can only be described as the quantum pull, a vibrational magnet that draws timelines toward your field with increasing speed. Let's begin with the foundation. 1. The field responds to coherence, not force. You don't create through effort. You create through alignment. And alignment is established when your thought, emotion, and imagery send the same signal. Think of the field like a massive holographic projector. What image are you feeding it? Is it sharp or fuzzy? Is it emotionally charged or neutral? Is it consistent or changing every day? Your life reflects the image you broadcast most clearly. That's why visualization is not about fantasy. It's about installing a new signal in the field with enough clarity and feeling that the environment must adjust to match it. 2. The mind doesn't manifest, the nervous system does. You can visualize wealth, health, or love. But if your body feels anxious, unworthy, or afraid, the field listens to your nervous system, not your fantasy. So before you visualize, you must tune your state. Breathe deeply. Slow your heart rate. Relax your muscles to activate the feeling of already having what you're about to see. Only then does your system become receptive and your broadcast become coherent. Once you're in that state, you're ready to feed the image into the field. 3. Build the image from the inside out. Don't visualize from a distance. Step into the scene. Feel your feet on the floor. Hear the sounds. Smell the air. See what's around you from within your body. You're not watching a movie. You're living the moment. Make the details vivid. The more sensory data you feed your brain, the more your subconscious accepts it as real and begins signaling the field accordingly. This is what creates energetic familiarity. And what is familiar to the nervous system becomes natural to the field. 4. Emotion locks the image into place. The image is the form. Emotion is the glue. Gratitude, relief, joy, power. These are not side effects of visualization. They are the fuel. If you can't feel the emotion of the image, pause, reset, breathe deeper, go smaller. Sometimes the goal is too big for the nervous system to accept yet. So break it down. Don't visualize $1 million. Visualize signing your name on a payment that feels abundant. Visualize the message that says paid in full. Visualize the breath you'd take when it's done. Feel that, then expand from there. When you combine believable imagery with believable emotion, you're speaking the language of the field fluently. 5. Repeat the pull until it pulls back. One visualization won't change your life. Repetition is what builds the frequency. Daily, emotionally, without attachment. It takes time for the field to reorganize around a new frequency, but it does. At first, it feels like you're doing the pulling. Then, something strange happens. Reality starts leaning toward you. You think of someone and they text. You visualize an opportunity and it presents itself. You imagine a number and it appears. These are not random. They're not luck. They're the field responding to a clear and consistent signal. That's the quantum pull. You're not chasing the future. You're matching its frequency so completely, it starts gravitating toward you. 6. Don't just visualize outcomes, visualize identity. The most potent use of visualization is not external. It's internal. Who are you in the timeline you're trying to reach? How do you walk? How do you speak? What do you no longer tolerate? What are your standards? What does your energy feel like when you walk into a room? Visualize that, because when you change who you are, everything you desire must rearrange around you. Your outer world cannot resist the broadcast of a fully aligned internal identity. 7. Integrate the pull into daily life. Visualization doesn't end in the mind. Once you've installed the image, begin to live as if the future has already begun. Make decisions based on your future self standards. Say no to what the old version of you would have accepted. Walk into rooms like you've already arrived. This is not pretending. It's collapsing the delay between image and experience. The quantum field doesn't know the difference between rehearsed and realized. When you live the frequency, it becomes the fact. Final truth. Visualization isn't creating something new. It's aligning with what already exists. Every possible version of your life already exists in the field. Visualization is not asking for it. It's choosing it. It's locking onto it vibrationally until your reality sinks. And when it does, it will feel less like magic and more like remembering. Not how did this happen? But of course it did, because you already lived it. In your field, in your body, in your emotion, every single day. Now that you've activated the quantum pull, now that you're broadcasting coherent images, aligned with emotion, from the identity of your highest timeline. It's time to begin living this transformation daily, not as a ritual, but as a way of being. Coming up, how to make this frequency your default setting in just minutes a day. You've trained your mind to visualize. You've tuned your emotional body to a coherent frequency. You've aligned your identity and begun broadcasting signals that collapse reality into form. But as modern as these ideas sound, they're not new. They're ancient. Long before quantum physics gave us terms like non-locality, entanglement, or wave function collapse, indigenous wisdom keepers were already working with the very energies we now call quantum. They didn't call it a field. They called it spirit, the dreamtime, the great web, or the void. They didn't use equations. They used ritual, symbol, and embodied presence. But the mechanics, nearly identical. And in this chapter, we're going to explore something that may shift how you view everything you've learned so far. Shamans were the original quantum practitioners. Let's begin with one core truth. For most of human history, reality was understood as multilayered. There was no hard boundary between the physical and the non-physical. The invisible world was not superstition. It was structure. It was understood that thoughts, emotions, prayers, and symbols didn't just reflect reality. They shaped it. Sound familiar? Modern quantum physics now confirms that the observer affects the observed. That particles exist in states of probability until measured. That everything is connected through a unified field of vibrating energy. But shamans knew this without technology. They knew that intention had power. They knew that consciousness could travel. They knew that trauma could fragment the spirit, and that healing was an act of energetic reintegration. In their worldview, time wasn't linear. The self wasn't confined to the body, and reality wasn't made of matter. It was made of conscious energy. Exactly what quantum physicists now suggest. So what practices did they use? And how do they mirror modern quantum principles? 1. Ritual as frequency alignment. Shamans used ritual not to please the gods, but to tune energy. Every drumbeat, chant, gesture, and symbol was a way to shift vibration. When a shaman entered a ritual state, they were synchronizing their field to the frequency of the outcome they wanted to call forth. That's quantum entrainment. Today, you might use meditation, breathwork, or visualization. They use sound, dance, fire, water, smoke. Different tools. Same mechanics. 2. Journeying as non-local consciousness. In altered states, induced by rhythm, breath, or natural substances, shamans traveled beyond the body. They connected with distant people, spirits, or events. In quantum terms, this is non-locality. Consciousness not bound by time or space. Modern research into remote viewing, precognition, and even near-death experiences mirrors these ancient descriptions almost exactly. Shamans weren't hallucinating. They were tuning into layers of the field your waking mind filters out. 3. Healing as energetic recoding. A shaman didn't heal the body by treating symptoms. They addressed energetic distortion. They looked for soul loss, fractured identity, and broken symbolic patterns. And they would restore coherence through song, through touch, through story. What were they really doing? Resetting the vibrational imprint of the person's field. Bringing the emotional body into resonance. Clearing trauma-induced loops. Exactly what you now do with subconscious rewiring, visualization, and frequency work. 4. Symbols and archetypes as quantum commands. Shamans worked with animals, shapes, colors, and mythic figures not because they were superstitious, but because they understood the symbolic field. Symbols bypass the conscious mind. They speak directly to the subconscious. They carry frequencies that alter perception and identity. That's not magic. That's deep neuroquantum programming. Modern neuroscience confirms that symbolic imagery activates emotional and memory centers more powerfully than words. Ancient traditions simply used that knowledge long before science caught up. 5. Nature as the interface of the field. Indigenous wisdom didn't separate human consciousness from the environment. Trees, rivers, stones, they weren't metaphors. They were alive with intelligence. Not figuratively, energetically. In quantum physics, this echoes a startling truth. All matter is made of energy, and all energy responds to conscious observation. What shamans saw as spirit, we now see as information networks, encoded in light, frequency, and vibration. Different lens, same truth. Now let's address the deeper question. Why did this wisdom fade? Because modern culture prioritized the rational mind. It replaced direct experience with abstract analysis. It elevated science but disconnected it from consciousness. And yet here we are, decades into quantum discovery, finding that the most advanced theories of physics are bringing us back to the same place. Consciousness creates form. Time is nonlinear. Reality is vibrational. Everything is connected, which means the ancient and the modern are not in conflict. They are complementary views of the same underlying truth. And as you integrate the knowledge of the past with the tools of the present, you become something rare. Not just a student of quantum law, but a living embodiment of timeless wisdom. So now that you see the parallels between shamanic practice and quantum mechanics, now that you recognize the echoes of ancient truth in modern theory, it's time to activate one of the most powerful energetic systems in the body. Because according to both science and spirit, you're already wired to transmit frequency. Not just through thought, not just through feeling, but through energy centers long known to the mystics. Coming up, how chakras may not be mystical at all, but quantum tuning devices that control the signal of your entire field. You've now seen that ancient shamans may have understood quantum truths long before science gave them names. But there's one system in particular, dismissed by many as mystical or metaphorical, that may actually be rooted in energetic physics: the chakras. You've probably heard the basic outline. 7 energy centers aligned along the spine, each associated with a different aspect of your life: survival, creativity, power, love, communication, insight, and transcendence. But this isn't just spiritual symbolism. Each chakra is a vibrational interface, a tuning node, an energetic dial that modulates the frequency your body, mind, and field emit. And in this chapter, we're going to uncover what happens when these centers are activated, misaligned, or tuned with precision, and why they may be the most accessible quantum instruments you've ever had. Let's start with a direct premise. If the body is an electromagnetic system, and if consciousness interacts with the quantum field via frequency, then the chakras may be the hardware through which that signal gets tuned, amplified, and broadcast. We're not talking about metaphors anymore. We're talking about energy anatomy. Each chakra corresponds to a specific nerve plexus and endocrine gland. Each has its own electromagnetic signature. Each emits measurable frequency and responds to emotion, intention, breath, and sound. So instead of viewing chakras as woo-woo wheels of color, let's reframe them as vibrational gateways, control points for the energy you're sending into the field. And let's look at how each one influences your signal. 1. Root chakra, safety, frequency of survival. Located at the base of your spine, this center governs physical survival, grounding, and stability. When balanced, your frequency says, I am safe, I am supported, I belong. When blocked, the field receives signals of fear, lack, and hypervigilance. If this center is underactive, you'll constantly broadcast instability and attract chaos to match. The fix isn't abstract. It's energetic grounding. Movement, breath into the hips, walking barefoot, slow presence. 2. Sacral chakra, creativity, frequency of flow. Just below the navel, this is your pleasure and creation center. When tuned, it broadcasts openness, creativity, and emotional fluidity. When distorted, it emits shame, suppression, or overindulgence. The quantum field responds accordingly. To restore, activate with movement, especially the hips, water immersion, sensual awareness, and emotional expression. This isn't just about libido. It's about your creative field signal. 3. Solar plexus, power, frequency of identity. Located in the upper abdomen, this center governs will, confidence, and boundaries. When coherent, it radiates, I am powerful. I choose. I act. When incoherent, it either overpowers manipulation or submits self-doubt. This is your timeline navigation center, because decisions made from this frequency shape your reality. Breathwork, core activation, and declaring your boundaries begin to recalibrate this gateway. 4. Heart chakra, love, frequency of coherence. At the center of the chest, this is your emotional and energetic bridge. Studies show the heart's field is the most powerful in the body and the most influential on quantum coherence. When open, you transmit gratitude, compassion, and resonance. When closed, you emit bitterness, grief, or guardedness. This chakra literally shifts the rhythm of your field. Tuning it is as simple and as profound as practicing forgiveness, connection, and appreciation. 5. Throat chakra, truth, frequency of expression. At the throat, this center channels communication, clarity, and self-authority. When aligned, your word shapes reality. When blocked, the field gets mixed messages. Unspoken truths, dishonesty, or chronic silence distort your output. To recalibrate, speak your truth out loud, sing, chant, or even hum. Frequency begins with vibration through sound. 6. Third eye chakra, vision, frequency of perception. Between the brows, this is your seat of intuition and pattern recognition. It allows you to see beyond logic, to access symbolic language, synchronicity, and subtle field information. When this center is open, you receive insight. When closed, you remain stuck in reactive loops. Meditation, dream work, and silence strengthen this node and increase your quantum perceptivity. 7. Crown chakra, unity, frequency of source. At the top of the head, this chakra connects you to universal intelligence. It's your broadcast tower, the point at which your identity dissolves into field awareness. When active, you feel guided, connected, and expansive. When dormant, you feel isolated, cynical, and constricted. This isn't just spiritual. It's frequency bandwidth. Your access to the field expands as this center opens. Stillness, awe, and intention bring it online. So how do these centers relate to your quantum experience? Each chakra is like a tuning dial on a multidimensional instrument. Together, they form your vibrational signature, and that signature determines what the field mirrors back to you. A misaligned chakras equals distorted broadcast equals reality friction. The balanced chakras equals coherent signal equals reality resonance. You're not attracting with random energy. You're tuning through a bioenergetic network that ancient mystics saw and modern science is just beginning to measure. And here's the deeper implication. You don't have to guess where your field is off. Your body tells you, through sensation, emotion, behavior, and environment. A blockage in the throat often shows up as people misunderstanding you. A contraction in the heart reflects in cold relationships. A chaotic root shows up as financial instability. These are not separate issues. They are energetic echoes, feedback from the field in response to your internal alignment. So when you want to shift reality, don't just think differently. Tune the instrument. Let breath, awareness, and intention move through each gateway. Let your body become the transmitter it was always meant to be. Now that you've seen how chakras function not as myth but as quantum modulators, now that you understand each center as a frequency node shaping your lived experience, it's time to unlock the most mysterious piece of this system. A single gland, hidden deep in the brain, revered by mystics, barely understood by science, but possibly. The antenna that links you directly to the quantum field. Coming up, how the pineal gland may be your built-in quantum receiver, and how to activate it for real-time alignment. You now know your energy centers aren't abstract, they're vibrational regulators, shaping how you interface with the quantum field. But there's one ancient key that connects them all. A small, pine-cone-shaped gland deep in the center of your brain, shrouded in mystery for centuries. The pineal gland, revered by ancient Egyptians, referenced in Eastern traditions as the third eye, and depicted in esoteric art across cultures. The pineal gland is far more than a biological footnote. It may be your quantum receiver, a built-in antenna that lets you transmit and receive information across dimensions, frequencies, and even time. This isn't mysticism. It's energetic science. And it may explain why ancient traditions pointed to this organ as the bridge between the physical and the metaphysical. Let's begin with what we know biologically. The science. What is the pineal gland? Located near the geometric center of the brain, the pineal gland regulates your circadian rhythms by producing melatonin, a hormone that governs your sleep-wake cycles. But that's not all. Recent studies show the pineal is also sensitive to electromagnetic fields. It's filled with piezoelectric crystals, meaning it converts mechanical pressure into electrical signals. And it's surrounded by fluid containing magnetite, which responds to magnetic fields, both natural and artificial. That alone raises a question. Why would a small gland inside your skull be sensitive to light, magnetism, and vibration? Because it's not just an internal clock. It's a sensor array, tuned to pick up on energy beyond ordinary perception. Ancient traditions weren't being poetic. They were being precise. The third eye connection. In ancient India, the pineal was associated with the Ajna chakra, the third eye, the seat of intuition, inner knowing, and clairvoyant sight. In Egyptian mythology, it was symbolized as the Eye of Horus, strikingly similar in shape to a cross-section of the human brain that includes the pineal gland. Mystics called it the seat of the soul. Alchemists believed it connected the body to the stars. And now, scientists are discovering its link to DMT, a natural chemical released in small amounts by the pineal that induces vivid dreams, altered states, and mystical experiences. Could this be the biological mechanism behind visions, downloads, and out-of-body awareness? More importantly, could it be your receiver for quantum information? How the pineal acts as a quantum antenna. Remember, the quantum field isn't bound by space and time. It's a sea of probability, vibration, and entangled information. To interact with it meaningfully, you need more than thoughts. You need a biological tuner, something that can pick up subtle frequencies and decode them into awareness. That's what the pineal gland does when activated. This crystalline structure allows it to pick up vibrational data. Its electromagnetic sensitivity lets it detect shifts in energy. And when decalcified, cleansed, and stimulated, it begins to behave like a biological satellite dish, tuning into timelines, insights, synchronicities, and guidance from what many call the higher self or source. When the pineal is offline, you feel disconnected, foggy, numb. When online, you feel intuitive, awake, guided, synced with the field. How to activate the pineal gland. Here's the good news. You don't need psychedelics or rituals to begin awakening your inner antenna. You simply need to clear interference and stimulate signal. 1. Decalcify the gland. Years of poor nutrition, fluoride exposure, and environmental toxins cause the pineal to calcify, hardening its surface and dampening its signal. Eliminate or reduce fluoride, common in water and toothpaste. Avoid processed sugars and excessive calcium supplements. Incorporate foods like raw cacao, chlorella, spirulina, and apple cider vinegar. Use boron and iodine to aid in detoxification. These steps clear the static from your antenna. 2. Activate through darkness and light. The pineal is light-sensitive. It activates when your eyes are closed, especially in total darkness. Spend time in nature without artificial light. Sleep in complete darkness to increase melatonin. Practice meditation with eyes closed in low light. This enhances your gland's natural rhythm and receptivity. 3. Use breath and pressure to stimulate it. Deep rhythmic breathing increases cerebrospinal fluid flow, which bathes the pineal gland. Certain yogic and breathwork techniques apply pressure to the cranial pump, activating the gland. Try this. Sit or lie down comfortably. Inhale deeply through the nose. A hold for 5 to 10 seconds while gently contracting the muscles at the perineum and belly. Exhale slowly. Visualize energy rising up the spine and converging behind the forehead. Repeat for 10 to 15 minutes. You may begin to feel pulsing between your eyebrows, warmth at the center of your head, or even vivid imagery and flashes of insight. That's not your imagination. That's field resonance. 4. Meditate with intention. The pineal responds to focused awareness. When you sit in stillness and place your attention between your brows or at the crown of your head, you amplify its activity. Focus on the space behind your forehead. Breathe slowly and silently repeat, open, receive. Visualize your crown expanding, light entering, and data flowing in. Over time, this practice transforms your pineal from dormant biology to active quantum interface. What happens when it's fully online? When your pineal is active and tuned, you experience spontaneous insights, heightened intuition, lucid dreams and astral experiences, sudden knowings with no rational source, a sense of connection to the universe itself. These aren't tricks of the mind. They are the natural consequences of restoring the body's built-in antenna to full function. The pineal becomes your compass. It filters noise. It amplifies signal. It connects you to timelines your logical mind can't yet access. Here's the deeper truth. You've never been cut off from the field. You've only been out of tune. And your pineal gland, the forgotten third eye, is the master tuner. It's the bridge between the seen and the unseen, between what you think and what you know, between being lost in randomness and living in guided synchronicity. Now that you've restored your antenna, now that you can receive field data, not just broadcast intention, it's time to learn how to access higher states on command. Because when breath, energy, and awareness move in sync, you enter altered states that accelerate coherence, healing, and transformation. Coming up, how quantum breathwork becomes the key to elevating your state at will. You've now reawakened the pineal gland, your biological antenna, to the quantum field. Your signal is clearer. Your reception is sharper. But there's one remaining tool that activates this entire system like flipping a switch. Your breath. Not just for oxygen. Not just for calming down. Breath is your direct line to the quantum field. Why? Because breath is the only function in your body that's both automatic and fully voluntary. It bridges the unconscious and the conscious. And in energetic terms, it's the master key to state change. Breath alters rhythm. Rhythm alters brainwaves. Brainwaves alter perception. Perception alters reality. When you breathe with precision, intention, and awareness, you shift the field of consciousness you occupy. And in this chapter, you're going to learn how breath doesn't just regulate biology. It tunes frequency, unlocks higher states, and opens portals to quantum awareness. 1. Breath as frequency modulation. Everything you've learned so far, subconscious patterns, emotional states, vibrational signatures, is regulated through frequency. And nothing changes frequency faster than breath. Think about it. In moments of fear, your breath shortens. In grief, it halts. In peace, it slows. Your breath is the body's real-time frequency dial. So when you take control of your breath, you're not just oxygenating blood, you're modulating the quantum broadcast of your being. And unlike meditation or visualization, breath creates instant physiological response, which is why it's one of the fastest ways to access quantum states. 2. Brainwave states. How breath shifts consciousness. Let's break it down. Beta. Waking state. Thinking, survival mode. Alpha. Light meditative state. Calm alertness. Theta. Deep meditation. Intuitive insight. Dreamlike awareness. Delta. Deep sleep. Cellular healing. Gamma. Expanded awareness. Transcendental insight. Breathwork can bring you from beta to gamma in minutes. It bypasses the mind. It floods the brain with oxygen. It releases DMT and nitric oxide naturally. And it shifts your electromagnetic output. This is not mystical. It's neurological. You change your breath, and your consciousness follows. And where consciousness goes, the field flows. 3. Breath unlocks the pineal gland. When you inhale deeply, hold, and pressurize, you create movement in the cerebrospinal fluid, a fluid that surrounds your brain and spinal cord. That fluid pulses upward with breath pressure and stimulates the pineal gland, squeezing its crystalline structure. This creates piezoelectric stimulation, tiny electrical currents that activate the pineal and enhance its capacity to transmit and receive subtle frequencies. It's like turning the antenna toward the signal. You're not waiting for intuition anymore. You're activating the receiver. 4. Breath connects the chakras. Each chakra responds to breath differently. A root, deep, slow grounding breath. A sacral, flowing, wave-like breathing. A solar plexus, focused, controlled breath. A heart, expansive, balanced breath. A throat, sound and vibration in breath. Third eye, breath retention and direction. A crown, silent breath, stillness. As you breathe with intention through each center, you tune the full instrument. You don't just feel better. You become coherent, top to bottom. And coherence is the state from which reality responds. 5. How to practice quantum breathwork. Here's a foundational technique that links your breath with field access. The quantum circuit breath. Inhale slowly for seconds. Pull the breath from your base up to your crown. Hold 4 to 8 seconds. Visualize energy spiraling around the pineal gland. Exhale 6 to 8 seconds. Let the energy wash down your body. Repeat for 10 to 15 minutes. Increase the hold as you progress. During this, keep your attention behind your forehead or at the crown. You may feel a heat, tingling, pressure, a vivid imagery, emotional release, timelessness. These are signs the nervous system is entering altered frequency, and the field is responding. 6. Breath reveals suppressed frequencies. Here's the truth. Breath doesn't just elevate your state. It also exposes what you've buried. When you breathe deeply and continuously, the emotional charge trapped in your body begins to surface. Old fear, grief, rage, numbness. Let it rise. Let it move. Let it go. This is not regression. This is energetic detox. The field will not fully respond to you until your internal field is cleared. Breath is the broom. 7. Breath as a gateway to the quantum field. Once your system is cleared, your pineal activated, your chakras aligned, and your frequency coherent, breath becomes something else entirely. It becomes a portal. In this state, you're no longer just accessing memory or imagination. You're entering what ancient mystics called the void, the quantum still point, where all potential exists waiting to collapse into form. You don't see visions, you receive them. You don't force alignment, you enter it. You're not chasing manifestations, you're magnetizing them through pure resonance. The breath becomes the bridge. Quantum breathwork is the embodiment of alignment. You're not just aware of the field. You're syncing with it in real time through breath. Thought sets the intention. Emotion charges the signal. A breath pulls you into frequency. The pineal transmits. The chakras harmonize. The field reflects. You become the cause, not the effect. And with every session, that alignment deepens. It stabilizes. It becomes your baseline state. Now that you've mastered the breath as a tuning mechanism, now that you can activate higher states at will and sustain coherence through your body's own rhythm, we shift the focus from individual alignment to collective connection. Because once enough people start living this way, coherent, aligned, heart-led, pineal activated, the field itself begins to change. Coming up, how entangled consciousness may be the key to a global quantum awakening. You've activated your breath. You've tuned your chakras. You've aligned your pineal gland like a receiver, pulling in data and frequency from beyond space and time. You've become a coherent node in the quantum field. But here's the question we now face. What happens when millions do this simultaneously? Because if quantum physics has taught us one thing, it's this: everything is connected. Not metaphorically, literally. Entanglement means that once particles are linked, they stay linked, no matter how far apart they are. A shift in one is instantly reflected in the other. Now imagine if consciousness itself is entangled the same way. That would mean your internal state doesn't just affect you, it ripples into the collective field. It shifts the signal that everyone else receives. And that brings us to a radical, thrilling possibility. The awakening of a single individual creates energetic leverage for all. So what happens when thousands wake up? What happens when millions begin to live not in fear, separation, and survival, but in coherence, clarity, and alignment? The field itself begins to change. And that's exactly what this chapter is about. Let's start with a core premise. Consciousness is not isolated. It's networked. You are not a separate being in a bubble of skin. You are a frequency node in a multidimensional web of awareness. Every thought, emotion, and shift you embody sends out ripples, like dropping a stone in still water. And the more coherent you are, the further those ripples travel. That's why healing isn't personal. It's transpersonal. When you clear trauma, you don't just lift your own vibration. You lift the vibration of everyone entangled with your frequency. Your family, your friends, your ancestors, even those you've never met. It's not just influence. It's quantum synchronization, the science behind collective fields. Let's look at some evidence. The Global Consciousness Project has shown that random number generators across the planet behave non-randomly during major global events, especially those involving emotion and unity. HeartMath studies show that the heart's electromagnetic field extends up to 8 feet from the body and can synchronize with the fields of others through proximity or even intention. Studies on group meditation have shown measurable drops in crime rates, conflict, and hospital visits in surrounding areas during periods of focused collective coherence. Coincidence? Or is the quantum field showing us a deeper truth? When enough people feel the same coherent emotion, gratitude, peace, forgiveness, love, the field shifts, and reality bends. This is not philosophy. This is physics. Your coherence isn't just for you. It's contagious. Entangled minds, how we influence each other. Have you ever felt someone walk into a room before they made a sound? Have you ever suddenly thought of someone, and they called? Have you ever felt drained after spending time around someone chaotic? These aren't psychological quirks. These are field interactions. Your nervous system doesn't just receive energy, it transmits it. And when multiple nervous systems become coherent, they synchronize. They begin to resonate like tuning forks. One aligned mind influences many disordered ones without saying a word. This is the quantum power of presence. And it's how change begins, not with preaching, not with protest, but with energetic leadership. What is collective awakening? It's not everyone agreeing. It's not everyone believing the same thing. It's when enough people become conscious of consciousness itself. When enough people stop reacting from programming and start choosing from clarity. When enough people start feeling coherent emotion every day by choice, then the collective baseline rises. And that changes everything. Politics, medicine, education, environment, not because structures are forced to change, but because the field conditions that shape them are no longer the same. The outside follows the inside. Always. How do you contribute to the field? It's simpler than you think. You influence collective consciousness every time you choose presence over panic, forgive instead of react, breathe instead of suppress, visualize healing instead of destruction, respond from love instead of fear. These aren't small choices. They're quantum commands rippling through entangled minds. You don't need millions of followers to make an impact. You just need one aligned frequency that stays consistent. Because the field amplifies coherence far more than it amplifies noise. That's why one person in deep peace affects a room more than 10 in anxiety. That's why your inner state is your greatest activism. Signs the collective field is already changing. Right now you may feel time speeding up, strange synchronicities, intense emotional waves, a pull toward purpose, relationships shifting dramatically, deep urges to simplify, align, and expand. These aren't just personal shifts. These are symptoms of a field in flux. We are moving from survival vibration to creator vibration, from division to entanglement, from randomness to pattern recognition. And your awareness of it means you're part of the shift, not observing it, generating it. The next step, conscious entanglement. Now that you know your frequency affects others. Now that you realize entanglement isn't a theory but a living reality. You can choose to participate deliberately. How? Meditate at the same time each day with others, regardless of location. Send coherent emotion to areas of conflict or crisis. Hold someone in your heart as healed, regardless of their behavior. align with global intentions for peace, unity, and transformation. Become a stable node in the field, calm, clear, and consistent. These are not empty gestures. They are field actions, and they have ripple effects far beyond what you can see. So here's the truth. You've never been separate. You've never been alone. Your transformation is not isolated. It's broadcasted. And now, in this moment in human history, the quantum field is more sensitive than ever. Faster to reflect, quicker to shift, which means every choice you make, every breath you take, every frequency you sustain, matters more than it ever has. Now that you understand the power of entangled consciousness, now that you see your inner work as a contribution to the collective code, it's time to explore the next stage of human evolution, not as fantasy, not as prophecy, but as biological and energetic transformation grounded in the mechanics of the quantum field. Coming up, is ascension real? Or are we simply activating new levels of conscious intelligence, encoded in our very DNA? You've now felt the quantum pulse of entangled consciousness. You've seen firsthand how your individual coherence impacts the collective field. But a deeper question now arises, a question echoed by mystics, spiritual movements, and now even researchers across disciplines. Are we ascending, or is something else happening? Something more grounded, more embodied, more quantum? What if what we call ascension isn't about escaping the body or floating into the clouds, but about activating dormant capacities within the human system itself? Because behind all the language, awakening, 5D, light buddy, evolution, there may be something far more precise taking place. A neurological, emotional, and energetic upgrade being catalyzed by the changing nature of the quantum field. And in this chapter, we break it all down. We separate spiritual fantasy from physiological fact. We explore how the human body, mind, and field may be undergoing a real-time upgrade. Not through magic, not through chance, but through deliberate energetic activation. Let's start with the word itself. Ascension. It's often misunderstood as rising out of this world. But real ascension isn't vertical, it's vibrational. It's a rise in baseline frequency, a shift from dense patterns, fear, guilt, contraction, into coherent patterns, clarity, power, unity. And this shift doesn't take you out of the body. It brings you fully into it with more awareness than you've ever had before. So we don't need to ask, are we leaving this dimension? We need to ask, are we finally learning how to operate in it? Fully tuned? Fully awake? Because when you're fully online, mentally, emotionally, energetically, your experience of space, time, and identity shifts dramatically. Not because the world changed, because your internal operating system upgraded. Signs of activation, not fantasy. If you've experienced any of the following, you're already in the process. Time distortion, days that feel like hours or hours that stretch. A heightened intuition, knowing before evidence arrives. Emotional purging, old traumas surfacing for release. Unexplainable fatigue followed by bursts of inspiration. A loss of interest in conflict, drama, and superficiality. A spontaneous shifts in diet, behavior, or values. A sensitivity to light, sound, or electromagnetic fields. A felt sense that something is changing even if you can't name it. These aren't symptoms of sickness. They're indicators of recalibration. Your nervous system is adjusting to carry more signal. Your subconscious is shedding layers that no longer align with your expanding frequency. Your body is releasing what the new energy can no longer support. That's not ascension as escape. That's activation as evolution. DNA and the quantum upgrade. Let's get even more grounded. Your DNA is not static. It responds to emotion, belief, and frequency. Studies in epigenetics have proven that gene expression is influenced by environment, and that includes your internal environment. Now combine that with quantum entanglement and frequency coherence. Your thoughts and emotions change your electromagnetic field. Your field interacts with your cells. Your cells regulate gene expression. This means your vibration writes directly into your biology. When you hold the frequency of fear, your DNA activates survival codes. inflammation, cortisol production, and emotional contraction. When you shift into frequencies of trust, clarity, and love, your DNA activates healing, resilience, and rejuvenation. This is not magic. It's quantum biochemistry. So when people say, "You're evolving," they're not wrong. They're just using language that science is only beginning to catch up with. From density to lightness, what's actually shifting? Ascension often describes a feeling of becoming lighter. Here's what that actually means. Your nervous system is becoming more coherent. Your breath is becoming more regulated. Your emotional field is becoming more stable. Your awareness is expanding beyond thought. Your body is shedding cellular stress. Your mind is quieting long enough to receive signal. Your energy field is syncing with new timelines. These changes result in a very tangible feeling. Less reactivity, more flow, faster manifestations, clearer intuition, increased synchronicities, deeper connection to others, a greater alignment with purpose. And again, it's not random. It's the result of frequency entrainment. The more you expose yourself to coherence, truth, and elevated states, the more your field reorganizes around those inputs. You don't chase ascension. You stabilize frequency, and the next layer activates. Are we becoming multidimensional? Yes, but not in a science fiction sense. You're not becoming alien. You're becoming fully human, as you were originally designed. Multidimensional awareness means you can hold multiple timelines in awareness. You can feel both emotion and neutrality at once. You can receive data from the field without analysis. You can shift emotional states deliberately. You can access vision and guidance without input. These are not powers. They are capacities that have been dormant because we were stuck in loops of survival and static thinking. Activation means reclaiming them. It means remembering, from theory to embodiment. The final stage of this quantum evolution is not about knowledge. It's about embodiment. You don't ascend by learning more. You activate by living differently, breathe intentionally, speak consciously, feel deliberately, move with presence, rest when your body calls, fast when your intuition leads, and nourish what expands your light. Walk like the future is already here, because in a very real sense, it is. You're not becoming something else. You're remembering what you already are without the static, without the interference, without the distortion. Now that you understand what real activation looks like, now that you know ascension is not escape, but embodied frequency refinement, it's time to approach the ultimate question. If everything is energy, if perception is the projector, if your field determines form, then what is reality? Coming up, the most mind-bending truth of all, why this entire experience may be a holographic projection, and you are the one casting the light. You've now explored the real mechanics behind what many call ascension, activating your inner coherence, rewiring your system to hold higher frequencies, and witnessing tangible shifts in your perception and reality. But there's one final realization that underpins all of it. A truth so radical, so paradigm-breaking, that once it lands, everything you've learned so far takes on new meaning. Reality isn't solid. It's not fixed. It's not even external. Reality is a hologram, and you are the projector. This isn't abstract philosophy. This is the conclusion of some of the most advanced thinkers in quantum physics, neurology, and metaphysics. And in this chapter, we're going to break it all down. Not to blow your mind, but to hand it back to you with the controls finally in your grasp. Let's start with the science. The holographic principle, first proposed in physics, suggests that the information contained in a volume of space can be described entirely on its boundary. In simple terms, what you see as out there may actually be coded in here. Your brain doesn't receive reality, it constructs it. It interprets data, light waves, sound vibrations, sensory input, and renders it into a simulation that feels solid, seamless, and external. But nothing you experience is happening outside of you. It's all happening within your field of perception. And that makes you not a passive observer, but the source of projection. The world is not being shown to you. is being reflected from you. How a hologram actually works. A hologram is created when a beam of light is split, redirected, and encoded with information, creating a three-dimensional image that appears real but is made entirely of light. Now let's apply that to you. The light is your consciousness. The lens is your subconscious. The data is your belief, memory, emotion, and frequency. The projection is what you perceive as reality. The catch? Change the data and the projection changes. But unlike a regular projector, your system updates in real time. That's why when you shift your beliefs, your external world begins to rearrange. That's why healing your emotional body alters your relationships. That's why focusing on gratitude attracts more to be grateful for. You're not manifesting. You're recoding the light beam, and the field responds instantly. Everything reflects your internal blueprint. Your reality is not a mirror of what you want. It's a mirror of what you broadcast. That broadcast is made of your emotional tone, your subconscious programs, your energetic frequency, your dominant focus. Together, they create a blueprint that the quantum field reads and reflects, not to reward or punish you, but because that's the nature of light. It doesn't discriminate. It just reflects, which means you are already projecting. You always have been. The only question is, what signal are you running? The self as the source. Now let's go deeper. If your reality is a holographic projection of your internal frequency, then the other people, places, and events you encounter are not random. They're data points, echoes of your field. That difficult relationship, a reflection of your inner conflict. That sudden opportunity, a match to your newly integrated worth. That recurring challenge, a feedback loop from an unresolved pattern. This doesn't mean you created every event intentionally, but you are the central frequency around which your hologram organizes. And once you own that, you step out of reaction and into authorship. You're not in the simulation. You are the simulation. The most mind-bending realization? You're not inside reality. Reality is inside you, not your body, not your thoughts, your field of awareness. Every object, every sound, every encounter is part of your personal simulation, projected outward from an energetic source you're only beginning to access. You are both the observer and the code, the experiencer and the architect. That's why when you shift internally, the shift shows up externally, because it's all the same loop. You don't have to force change. You just have to adjust the projection, breaking free from the loop. The holographic model explains why people stay stuck in patterns, even when they know better. Because the loop is self-reinforcing. Your subconscious believes something. That belief codes your emotional frequency. That frequency projects a holographic reality. That reality reinforces the original belief. Until the code is interrupted, the projection stays the same. But once you shift even one component, emotion, belief, attention, the entire system starts to recalibrate. And that's when things begin to look and feel miraculous. But it's not magic. It's mechanics. You adjusted the light. The hologram responded. Why this truth is the final key. This is the ultimate understanding. You've been looking for change in the projection. But nothing out there can change until something in here reprograms the code. And you have the tools now. A breath to regulate the light stream. A visualization to edit the blueprint. Frequency to tune the signal. Emotion to lock the pattern. Presence to bring it online. When you use these together, you're not just evolving. You're rewriting the simulation, moment by moment, consciously. There is no separation. The last illusion the hologram reveals is the illusion of separateness. What you think of as other is just another expression of your own field, filtered through the lens of identity. There is no out there. There is no them. There is only now. Only awareness. Only projection. And reflection, which means every part of your experience is either showing you what's aligned or showing you what wants to be cleared. That's not judgment. That's your personal feedback system at work. So here is the truth. You are not waiting for a better world. You are projecting one, or resisting one, or coding one into being right now. And now that you know this, now that you've stopped looking at the hologram like a victim and started seeing it as the mirror of your internal frequency, you are ready to master the most powerful force of all: consistent, deliberate quantum living. Coming up next, how to make your quantum practices not just tools, but a new operating system for daily life. One that collapses theory into embodiment. One that makes you unshakable. One that teaches you how to walk through this world fully awake. You now understand the holographic nature of reality. You've seen how your frequency determines what the field reflects. You know you are not a passenger in life, you are the projector. But here's the challenge. How do you live this truth every day? Not in theory, not in bursts of motivation, but as a steady, reliable experience? The answer is rhythm. The answer is ritual. The answer is a 3-minute daily practice that recalibrates your field, reorients your identity, and reconditions your frequency. Fast. Because consistency, not intensity, determines your field's momentum. In this chapter, you'll receive the exact steps for what we call the 3-minute quantum shift. A simple but precise daily ritual that, when practiced with sincerity, rewires your signal in real time. And it starts with one core principle. Reality responds to your coherence. This means if you want to shift outcomes, you don't need more force, you need more alignment. And alignment begins with energy, not effort. Why just 3 minutes? Because 3 minutes, done consciously, can shift your brainwaves, reset your emotional field, and reprogram the subconscious pattern running beneath the surface. When you understand quantum mechanics, you realize it's not time that matters. It's frequency. A single coherent pulse, sustained with presence, can influence the field more powerfully than hours of scattered thought. So this practice is designed to bypass resistance and deliver real energetic momentum. Fast. Let's break it down. Minute 1. Tune the field with breath. The goal here is to shift your internal signal from scattered to coherent. Sit or stand comfortably, spine upright. Close your eyes. Inhale deeply through the nose for a count of 4. Hold for 4. Exhale slowly through the mouth for a count of 6 to 8. Repeat 3 times. As you breathe, bring your awareness to your heart center. Feel each inhale create space. Feel each exhale melt tension. With every breath, let the noise drop. Let the static clear. You are not trying to calm down. You are tuning the frequency of your broadcast. Your thoughts are no longer random. Your energy is no longer scattered. You are sending one clear, coherent signal into the field presence. Minute 2. Lock the signal with emotion. Now that your frequency is clear, it's time to charge it. Thought directs the field. Emotion commands it. This minute is about feeling the elevated state you want to embody. Not later, not when conditions are perfect, but now. Ask yourself, what frequency am I choosing to live today? Is it clarity, trust, joy, power? Name it, and now feel it, as if it's already your baseline. Not by faking, by remembering. Recall a moment when you felt it fully. Let that memory wash over your body. Expand that feeling into every cell. This isn't about pretending. This is how you install a new broadcast into the field. The field responds to how you feel, not what you say. And when you generate the emotion first, the outer hologram begins to mirror it back. Minute 3. Declare and command. Your breath is steady. Your emotion is online. Now, speak your command. Silently or out loud. Say, I now align with state/emotion/identity. This is who I am. This is what I broadcast. This is what life mirrors back. Repeat it slowly, with full feeling. You are not asking. You are declaring frequency. Then add, let this be reflected in my choices, my words, my energy, and my reality today. You are not trying to manifest. You are encoding the field with your coherence. This final minute turns intention into instruction. Why it works. Each part of this 3-minute shift targets a specific system. Breath clears the nervous system and resets your brainwave state. Emotion activates the quantum field and alters your electromagnetic signal. Declaration reprograms your subconscious identity. which directs behavior, perception, and expectation. Combined, this creates an internal and external feedback loop. You feel the frequency, you expect its reflection, you act in alignment, you receive confirmation, the loop strengthens. And every time you complete the loop, your quantum signal becomes stronger. Not through struggle, but through stability. How to use this practice? Here's the power of this method. It meets you where you are. Do it first thing in the morning to calibrate your day. Use it midday when you feel out of sync. Use it before making decisions, before meetings, before writing, before resting. It's not about time. It's about signal. The more consistently you tune it, the less the old pattern can take root. And as your baseline shifts, you'll notice fewer emotional swings, faster manifestation, clearer guidance, deeper presence, a greater alignment in what and who you attract. Not because you're doing more, because you're broadcasting differently. You are a transmitter. This is what it means to live as a quantum being. Do you tune your signal daily? Do you generate your state deliberately? Do you allow your energy to lead your life, not your circumstances? This 3-minute shift becomes more than a ritual. It becomes a core behavior, one that aligns every action that follows. And here's the truth. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be consistent. Every time you return to coherence, the field recalibrates. Every time you choose alignment, the simulation reorders. This is not effort. This is elegance. Now that you have the daily anchor that rewires your field, now that you know how to shift from chaos to clarity in minutes, it's time to bring quantum awareness into one of the most powerful metaphors in all of physics. Coming up next, the infamous double-slit experiment, and how to turn this mysterious experiment into a precise tool for manifesting your next reality. You've now learned how to reset your energetic field in just 3 minutes. You've taken ownership of your signal, your state, and your projection. But what if there were a precise way to apply this awareness to shaping outcomes before they solidify? That's exactly what this chapter is about. It's time to move from understanding quantum theory to using it deliberately, and we begin with one of the most famous and misunderstood experiments in the history of physics, the double-slit experiment. This simple setup has shattered everything we thought we knew about how reality behaves. It shows us that particles behave differently depending on whether they are being observed. And more than that, it proves that potential collapses into reality only when observed with intent. Which raises a powerful, practical question. Can your own observation, your focus, your awareness, your expectation actually influence how reality forms? Not just in a lab, in your life. And the answer is yes. Let's explore how the double-slit experiment becomes the foundation for what we now call the manifestation method. Not based on wishful thinking, but based on the mechanics of observation and collapse. The original experiment. A quick breakdown. In the classic version, physicists fire particles, like electrons, at a screen with 2 vertical slits. You'd expect the particles to pass through either one slit or the other, right? That's not what happens. When unobserved, the particles behave like waves, creating an interference pattern that suggests they go through both slits at once. But when scientists set up a measuring device to observe which slit a particle goes through, the interference pattern disappears. Suddenly, the particles behave like particles again, going through one slit or the other, not both. In other words, the act of observation changes the outcome. Reality doesn't decide until it's being watched. Until then, it exists in probability. Now replace the measuring device with your consciousness. Replace the electron with your desired reality. Replace the slits with your choices. And you realize something extraordinary. You're collapsing waves of potential into form every time you decide what to observe. That's not a metaphor. That's your life. Turning the theory into a tool. So how do you use this insight? By applying the same principles to your thoughts, choices, and actions. Here's the structure of the double-slit manifestation method. Define the wave. Identify the field of potential. Create the slits. Choose the possible outcomes available. Collapse the particle. Observe one outcome with such clarity and presence that it becomes real. Let's break each one down. Step 1. Define the wave, quantum potential. The quantum field contains all possibilities, but you only access what you are aware of. This step is about getting radically clear on what you want to collapse from wave to form. What reality are you ready to experience? What timeline do you want to align with? What result are you ready to own? This is not about wishful thinking. It's about precise clarity. I want more abundance is vague. I now choose the timeline where I generate income from aligned work with flow and joy. That's a definable wave. The more detailed and felt this step is, the more powerfully it sets the field. Step 2. Create the slits, choice points. In the lab, the particle has two paths. In life, your slits are your decisions. You're presented with micro-choices all day. Do I act from trust or fear? Do I speak the truth or suppress it? Do I take inspired action or delay? Each decision is a slit. Each one leads to a different projection. The question is, which slit are you habitually choosing, and is it leading to the result you want? This step is about seeing your choices as portals, not routines, and asking, which one matches the wave I just defined? Step 3. Collapse the particle, conscious observation. Here's where it all comes together. In the experiment, observing the particle collapses the wave into a fixed point. Your attention does the same. But here's the twist. The field collapses based on how you observe, with fear, doubt, or certainty. So to collapse the reality you want, you must see it clearly, feel it emotionally, expect it fully, rehearse it internally. When you do this, your energy tells the field, this is the version I am available for. Not hoping, not chasing, observing. You become the observer that locks the timeline. And the reality begins to organize around that signal. When it doesn't work, let's be honest. You've probably tried manifesting before, and it didn't stick. Here's why. You defined a wave but never chose a slit. No aligned action. You observed with doubt instead of certainty. You collapsed the wrong reality through unconscious fear. The field doesn't reward effort. It reflects coherence. If your desire, emotion, and observation are aligned, you collapse what you choose. If they're split, you collapse what you fear. This method brings all parts into sync. The daily practice, 5 to 10 minutes. To apply the double-slit manifestation method, sit quietly and breathe for 1 to 2 minutes to clear static. Visualize your desired outcome, the defined wave. Identify the aligned decision or action in front of you, the slit. Feel and rehearse the outcome emotionally, as if it's already happening. Declare, I observe this reality now. This is the timeline I choose. Act accordingly in your next step, no matter how small. Repeat daily. This is not repetition. This is reinforcement. And each time you practice, you strengthen the projection path until it becomes your new default. Why it works? Because the field isn't waiting for you to believe. It's responding to what you observe consistently. Observation equals collapse. Collapse equals reality. Repetition equals stability. You don't have to predict how it happens. You just have to lock the signal. And reality, like the particle, responds. You are the experiment. Here's the deeper truth. The quantum field is not watching you. It's waiting for you to watch it with precision. This method is not just about getting what you want. It's about remembering your nature as a creator, a transmitter, and a projector. And it reminds you that the future isn't something you step into. It's something you choose, observe, and stabilize today. Now that you've learned how to consciously collapse outcomes using the core mechanics of quantum behavior, now that you know how to stabilize new timelines through clarity, emotion, and observation, it's time to move from the visual to the verbal. Coming up next, how journaling done the quantum way doesn't just describe your life. It begins to write it into reality. You've now experienced the core principles of quantum manifestation. You've witnessed how conscious observation collapses potential into form, and how breath, emotion, and choice guide the projection of your reality. But there's one more tool, a tool as old as language itself, that acts like a keyboard for the quantum field. That tool is writing, but not just any writing. We're talking about a deliberate practice of quantum journaling, the conscious use of written language to program, pattern, and anchor timelines directly into your field. This is not Dear Diary journaling. This is not venting or list-making. This is structured, energetic transmission, writing as frequency delivery. And in this chapter, you'll learn how to use words not just to reflect on your life, but to write the next version of it into existence. Let's begin with the why. Why writing works in the quantum field. Your thoughts are invisible until they're spoken. Your words are ephemeral until they're written. And your writing is energy made visible, tangible, fixed. The moment you put pen to paper or fingers to keys, you slow down frequency into form. And just like collapsing a wave into a particle, journaling collapses concept into clarity. In the quantum field, clarity is power, because clarity sends a specific signal, and a specific signal gets a specific response. That's why vague hopes don't manifest. That's why scattered intentions fade. But a clearly written intention, anchored in emotion, repeated through practice, that's how new timelines are installed. Not randomly, precisely. The 3 pillars of quantum journaling. This process is built on 3 pillars. Declaration, writing what is true now, as if it's already real. Integration, writing through resistance to align the subconscious. Command, writing as instruction to the field. Each one targets a layer of your energetic field: thought, emotion, and frequency. When used together, they move you from scattered intention to field alignment. Let's break them down. 1. Declaration, writing from the future now. This is not goal setting. This is timeline locking. Instead of saying, "I hope I will," you write as though the desired timeline is already your baseline. Examples: I am so deeply aligned with abundance that I no longer chase. It flows. Every day I wake up grounded, clear, and certain of who I am. My work impacts thousands and feels effortless. My relationships reflect the peace and clarity I've created within. You're not describing what you want. You're broadcasting the frequency of already having it. The field doesn't care about grammar. It responds to consistency and emotion. Write it, feel it, read it back, let it settle. And do this before life has proof, because that's how you generate the proof. 2. Integration, writing through the resistance. Next comes honesty. Every time you elevate your signal, the subconscious pushes back. It whispers, "But what if it's not true? What if I fail again? This feels fake." Good. That's the material we work with. Integration journaling means giving voice to the resistance, then flipping it. Right? What part of me doesn't believe this yet? What am I afraid would happen if this reality came true? What pattern am I still holding that contradicts this? Then write the truth that disarms it. Examples: I fear I'll lose love if I succeed, but I now realize those who love me will grow with me, or fade, as needed. Part of me still believes money and peace can't coexist, but I've already felt both, so I know it's possible. I used to associate success with stress. Now, I'm coding success with flow. This isn't mental gymnastics. It's subconscious realignment. When resistance is written and reframed, it loses power. And what remains is signal strength. 3. Command, writing instructions to the field. This is the most potent level. Here, you speak directly to the field as a partner. You are not requesting. You are instructing. This is where you collapse the timeline through declaration and directive. Examples: field, lock in this identity now. Match me with opportunities that reflect it. Let today mirror my frequency of clarity, joy, and aligned productivity. Let every interaction reflect the depth of self-worth I've reclaimed. Remove all that contradicts this new version of me. Gently and swiftly, the field responds to precision. And when your written word carries emotion, belief, and direction, it becomes a code injection into your hologram. Repeat these often, refine them daily, and watch how reality bends. The Quantum Journal Ritual, 10 to 15 minutes daily. Here's how to apply it. Sit in stillness for 1 to 2 minutes to clear static. Open your journal, physical or digital, and begin with, "Today, I align with the timeline where." Then write 3 to 5 declarations from that timeline. Follow with 1 to 2 integration prompts. Identify and reframe any resistance. End with a command. Field, let today reflect this with clarity. I am ready. This isn't about length. It's about alignment. If done consistently, this practice begins to rewire neural pathways, align subconscious and conscious desire, project a clear signal into the field, draw matching people, opportunities, and insights. You'll notice reality glitching into place. Not because you're lucky, because you're aligned. Write to reprogram, not to rehash. Most journaling reinforces the past. Quantum journaling codes the future. So don't just describe what happened. Write what's emerging. Don't explain your day. Command your timeline. Don't use the pen to reflect your old self. Use it to anchor your new identity. Your words are not observations. They are instructions. Your journal is a portal. Every page becomes a broadcast. Every sentence a strand of new code. You are no longer a passive writer. You are a conscious quantum coder. This is your simulation. This is your signal. This is your keyboard to the field. Write like it matters because it does. Now that you've learned how to write timelines into existence, now that you've begun to use emotion, thought, and language as tools of transmission, it's time to bring in the heart. Because while the mind thinks, and the will chooses, it is the heart that broadcasts the strongest signal of all. Coming up next, how your heart's electromagnetic field may be the most powerful quantum tool you've had all along, and how the emotion of gratitude anchors coherence that rewires your entire reality. You've now learned how to collapse quantum potential into form. You've structured thought and language into a tool for energetic transmission through journaling. But if there's one energy that amplifies everything you've practiced so far, one frequency that instantly brings your entire field into alignment, it's not willpower, certainty, or even vision. It's gratitude. Not the social nicety. Not the polite reaction to something going your way, but the raw, coherent state of being that radiates from your heart when you feel fully connected to your life, your timeline, and the intelligence that guides the field. Because here's what science and experience both reveal. The heart is not a metaphor. It's an electromagnetic command center, and gratitude is its most powerful signal. In this chapter, we're not just going to talk about feeling grateful. We're going to explore how gratitude, when sustained consciously, entrains your entire system into coherence. And coherence is what the quantum field reflects back in form. This is not emotion for comfort. This is emotion as energetic alignment. Let's begin with the truth at the center of it all. Your heart is the master tuner of your reality. The science of the heart's field. The HeartMath Institute has conducted decades of research on what they call heart coherence. Here's what they've found. The heart has its own complex nervous system, referred to as the heart brain. It sends more signals to the brain than the brain sends to it. The heart's electromagnetic field is the strongest in the body, 5,000 times stronger than the brain's. That field can be measured up to 8 feet away from the body, and it entrains the brain and body into coherent rhythms when activated. In other words, when your heart is in a state of harmony, your entire physiology follows. And when your physiology is coherent, the signal you send into the quantum field is clear, stable, and powerful. The most effective way to enter this state? Gratitude. Why gratitude works. Gratitude does 3 things simultaneously. It brings you into the present. You can't feel true gratitude while stuck in fear about the future or regret about the past. It bypasses the ego. Gratitude isn't about control. It's about receiving what is fully. It signals sufficiency. Gratitude says, I already have, therefore I don't lack. And this is the key. The field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you are while wanting. When your frequency says, I lack, the field mirrors lack. When it says, I have, the field expands your having. Gratitude places you in a state of already having. And that changes everything. Coherence, the gateway to the field. Let's define coherence more precisely. Coherence is when your brain, heart, and nervous system are synchronized in rhythm, aligned in frequency, intention, and signal. You become like a finely tuned instrument. And when you're coherent, you think more clearly. You feel more intuitively. You attract more effortlessly. You heal more rapidly. You manifest more precisely. This isn't positive thinking. This is field entrainment. And gratitude is the shortcut to coherence. Practicing gratitude as frequency. Gratitude is not a checklist. It's a felt frequency. So instead of writing 3 things you're grateful for, try this. Pick one moment, big or small, that you can recall with full body appreciation. Close your eyes. Breathe slowly into your heart. Re-experience the memory as if it's happening now. Feel the gratitude rise. Expand that feeling outward into your chest, into your limbs, into your field. Stay with it for 3 to 5 minutes. This is called heart-focused breathing with emotional encoding. What you're doing is recording that frequency into your field so it becomes your new baseline. And when gratitude is your baseline, your entire reality organizes around it. Gratitude before the evidence. The most powerful use of gratitude is not after the event. It's before. This is where quantum meets mastery. You don't wait to feel grateful when things go right. You feel grateful as if they already have. This sends a signal into the field. This reality is already true for me. This version of life already exists. And the field begins to mirror that state back to you, not because you forced it, but because you matched it. This is where emotion becomes causation. This is where gratitude turns into creation. The daily coherence ritual, 5 to 7 minutes. You can create a coherence loop using this simple practice. Sit with eyes closed, back straight. Breathe slowly into the heart. Inhale for 5 seconds. Exhale for 5 seconds. Recall a moment or possibility that fills you with sincere gratitude. Feel it fully, not just in the mind, but in the chest, the spine, the breath. Repeat silently. This frequency is my truth. This coherence is my command. Let all of life now reflect it. This isn't a routine. It's a reset. Done daily, it strengthens the signal of your heart field, turning you into a living magnet for the version of life that matches that state. The real power of gratitude. Gratitude doesn't just feel good. It creates resonance. It dissolves separation. It removes static from your signal. It builds trust in the unfolding. It tunes your perception to what's already aligned. And that shift in perception, that's how timelines shift. You no longer chase outcomes. You see them forming because you've moved into the frequency where they already exist. Gratitude collapses the illusion of lack. It returns you to the now where the field is most responsive. Your heart is the broadcast. This is the final understanding. Your brain interprets. Your body moves. But it is your heart that commands the field. And gratitude is its most powerful broadcast. So if you ever feel uncertain, if you feel disconnected, chaotic, overwhelmed, return to the heart, return to breath, return to gratitude, because gratitude is not reaction. It is alignment. It is activation. It is the frequency of creation itself. Now that your heart is online, now that gratitude has brought your system into full coherence, we move next to a new kind of tool, one that doesn't affirm or declare, but instead questions, strategically. Coming up next, why the right questions asked at the right frequency can create instant quantum realignment. You now understand that gratitude tunes your entire field into coherence. You've experienced how the heart, when broadcasting in alignment, becomes a signal so strong that reality responds in kind. But what if you could take that signal even further? What if you could open new timelines, not by affirming what you already believe, but by asking questions so precise, so energetically charged, that they pull entirely new answers into your field? That's the secret of quantum questions. These are not mental games. These are energetic triggers. Because in the quantum field, a question isn't just a request for an answer. It's a command for alignment. A well-formed question collapses uncertainty into clarity, opens dormant circuits in your subconscious, and directs your energy toward the version of you that already holds the answer. In this chapter, you'll learn how to use inquiry as ignition, to spark new potentials, interrupt limiting beliefs, and unlock frequencies that your mind alone can't access. This is not positive thinking. This is frequency precision through curiosity. Why questions work in the field. Most people think reality is shaped by belief. And that's mostly true. But what shapes belief? Questions. Every belief you hold started as a question you didn't know you were asking. Questions like, what's wrong with me? Why does this always happen to me? What if I fail? What am I missing? These are questions, yes, but they're also commands to the field. They shape what you perceive. They filter what you attract. They determine the narrative your subconscious reinforces. So the issue isn't that you don't know how to manifest. The issue is, you've been asking disempowering questions without realizing it. Change the question and you change the filter. Change the filter and you change the timeline. How quantum questions differ from affirmations. Affirmations try to override old code. Quantum questions reveal what the field already holds. Affirmation, I am powerful and aligned. Quantum question, what would change today if I acted from full alignment? The affirmation tries to install the belief. The question invites your system to reveal the evidence. That's the key. Quantum questions evoke answers you didn't know you had. And in that moment of revelation, your timeline shifts. 3 types of quantum questions. Each type serves a different function. Together, they work as a full recalibration tool. 1. Identity activators. These questions align you with your highest version. Examples. What does the most aligned version of me already know about this? How would I act today if I fully trusted my intuition? What's already working that I haven't acknowledged yet? These questions don't look for flaws. They activate recognition of who you already are beneath distortion. 2. Timeline clarifiers. These help you stabilize your next reality. Examples. What does this version of my life feel like to live in? What signs have already shown me I'm on this path? If I fully accepted that this is real, how would I respond today? They move you from theory to embodiment, from hope to presence. 3. Field commands. These instruct the quantum field to reorganize based on your current frequency. Examples. What would it take for this to unfold with ease and clarity? What's trying to enter my life that I haven't created space for? What else is possible that I haven't even imagined yet? These open portals. They create energetic permission slips for the field to surprise you. The practice. Inquiry in action, 5 to 10 minutes. Here's how to use quantum questions each day. Start with a clear emotional state. Gratitude, calm, presence. Pick 1 to 3 questions from any category. Write each one at the top of a journal page. Let the answers emerge without forcing. When a response lands, feel it. Let it anchor. This is not about problem solving. It's about signal tuning. Often, the question itself creates the shift before any answer appears. Why the brain loves questions. Your mind is designed to close loops. A question creates an open loop. If you ask a quantum-aligned question, your subconscious begins scanning every memory, possibility, and pattern to resolve it. And the best part? It doesn't just scan the past. It scans the field of potential. That's how insight appears out of nowhere. That's how clarity arrives in silence. You didn't figure it out. You tuned into it. When to use quantum questions. To when you feel stuck, unclear, or disconnected. When you're choosing between timelines. Or when you're about to make a key decision. Before sleep, to allow the subconscious to work overnight. First thing in the morning, to calibrate your day. Each time you ask, you shift. Each time you receive, you align. The one question that changes everything. If you only ever asked one, let it be this. What version of me is this moment inviting forward? This question turns every challenge into a mirror. Every delay into alignment. Every emotion into a tool. Because life isn't happening to you. It's responding through you. You are the question and the answer. This is the final understanding of inquiry. You are not just the one asking. You are the field answering. Every question you ask is a signal. Every signal reorganizes your perception. And every new perception projects a new hologram. So use questions not to doubt. Use them to download. You are a node of intelligence, portal of perspective, a source of infinite inquiry and revelation. Now that you've activated the power of quantum inquiry, now that your questions are aligned with possibility, not limitation, it's time to explore one of the most mysterious phenomena of all, multiple timelines, Mandela effects, and how the smallest choice can shift you into an entirely different version of reality. You've now experienced the power of questions to reorient your energy. You've felt how a single inquiry, held with presence and precision, can unlock a whole new version of you. But what if the version it unlocks isn't just metaphorical? What if it literally brings you into a different timeline, a parallel stream of reality that has always existed, but was previously inaccessible? This isn't fantasy. This is quantum theory meeting lived experience. And in this chapter, we go straight into the idea that your life is not one fixed story, but an infinite set of possible versions. Each one shaped not by destiny, but by choice. And once you realize this, the question becomes unavoidable. What version of reality are you currently tuned to, and are you ready to shift? Let's begin with a concept that cracked open global awareness of this idea: the Mandela effect. The Mandela effect, a timeline glitch? The Mandela effect refers to the widespread phenomenon where large groups of people remember something happening one way, while official records show a completely different version. Common examples: people clearly remember Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s. He didn't. The Berenstain Bears were remembered by millions as Berenstein. The line "Luke, I am your father" in Star Wars never existed in that form. The Monopoly Man never had a monocle, though millions insist he did. So what's happening here? Are people just misremembering? Or are they remembering a different timeline? One that they were once tuned to, but have since shifted from? The deeper you study quantum theory, the more this second explanation starts to make sense. Because the quantum field doesn't contain a single path. It contains every possible version of every possible outcome. And consciousness doesn't travel through time. It jumps between versions, timelines as quantum potentials. A timeline is not a string of future events. It's a vibrational reality that already exists in potential. Each choice you make, each emotion you embody, each signal you send either locks you more deeply into your current path, or quantum shifts you into a parallel version of reality. This means you are not just evolving forward. You are tuning sideways into alternate versions of your own life. Choice as a dimensional key. Let's make this practical. Say you're stuck in a loop, financial struggle, toxic relationships, repeating patterns. You try to push forward. But what if the key isn't forward? What if the shift comes from a single moment of true alignment, where you make a decision that matches a different version of you? You say, "Today, I show up as the one who trusts. I no longer choose from fear. I choose from coherence. I make decisions from my future self's vibration, not my past self's pain." In that moment, you haven't just changed your mindset. You've activated a timeline jump. Because the field doesn't respond to effort, it responds to identity. Change the identity you choose from, and you change the timeline you're on. How to feel a timeline shift. You'll know a timeline has shifted not by fireworks, but by subtle signs. Conversations shift unexpectedly. Opportunities appear where there was nothing. Emotions you were stuck in suddenly dissolve. Patterns lose their grip. You feel disoriented, then clearer than ever. It's not always dramatic, but it's real. And the more you practice awareness, the faster the shifts occur. Why some changes feel instantaneous. Have you ever had a moment where something just clicked? You forgave someone, and everything changed. You accepted a truth, and your path opened. You acted with courage, and your fear dissolved. Those are not just internal events. They're pivot points, moments where your energetic signature matched a new reality. And you moved, not metaphorically, energetically, because quantum jumps don't require time. They require alignment. The practice: how to shift timelines consciously. Here's how to begin shifting timelines with clarity and power. Identify the current loop. What are you experiencing that feels stuck or cyclical? Name the new timeline. What does the version of you experiencing the shift feel, think, act, and expect? Locate the friction. What behavior or belief is keeping you anchored to the current reality? Make a contrasting choice. Choose in favor of the new timeline, even in a small but meaningful way. Feel the version. Embody the energy of the shifted self. Breathe into it. Act from it. Let the ripple unfold. Stay alert for synchronicities, new openings, and emotional releases. This isn't about effort. It's about precision. It's about choice. It's about signal. You are the traveler. Here's what this chapter reveals. You are not on a single track. You are a quantum traveler, tuning your own trajectory through awareness, frequency, and decision. And every moment offers you a choice: to reinforce your current storyline, or to collapse a new one into being. You are not waiting for change. You are always standing at a fork in the road. One path leads to repetition, the other to quantum realignment. Choose, feel, shift. Now that you've understood how timelines aren't linear, but selectable, now that you know every choice contains the energy of a version of you, we move into the final layer of integration. Coming up next, how to live daily as a quantum being. Not chasing alignment, but being alignment in every breath, every step, every interaction. You've now explored the truth behind multiple timelines. You've seen how even a subtle shift in thought, feeling, or decision can move you between versions of reality. You've experienced how powerful your field becomes when you align it with coherence, gratitude, and conscious inquiry. But there's one final transformation that must occur before all of this becomes truly lasting. It must leave the mind and enter the body. The quantum shift doesn't become real until it becomes embodied. This chapter is not about ideas. It's about being. It's about living as the quantum version of you, not occasionally, not during meditation or journaling, but moment to moment, in how you breathe, speak, walk, and respond. Because true mastery doesn't look like intensity. It looks like consistency. And when the principles you've learned no longer require effort because they've become your default, that's when you're no longer chasing the field. You've become it. What it means to live quantum. To live as a quantum being means you no longer experience life as something happening to you. Instead, you recognize that every external event is a real-time reflection of your internal state. And so you walk through life with awareness. Do you track your frequency as closely as your to-do list? Do you measure success not just in results, but in resonance? Do you respond to discomfort not with panic, but with presence? Living quantum means that clarity is more important than control, and alignment is more important than effort. From practice to pattern. Let's get honest. It's one thing to journal in the morning, visualize during a ritual, or collapse timelines during breathwork. It's another to carry that state into your actual day. This chapter is where we turn practice into pattern. We begin building neural, emotional, and energetic muscle memory. Because here's the truth. You don't become powerful through moments of intensity. You become powerful through moments of integration. Here's how that looks in real life. 1. Frequency before function. You wake up. Before you touch your phone. Before you plan your day. You tune the field. One breath. One emotional anchor. One declaration. Let my frequency lead. Let life respond to that. Now your tasks don't pull you out of alignment. They flow from it. 2. Decisions from identity, not circumstance. Throughout the day, you'll face choices. Do you say yes or no? Do you react or observe? Do you delay or move? The quantum being asks one question. Which version of me is this action creating? Then chooses accordingly. You are no longer reacting to the moment. You're building the signal of the next version of you with every choice. 3. Emotional awareness as data. You feel triggered. Someone says something. You notice fear, doubt, anger. The old self would spiral or suppress. The quantum self pauses, asks, what part of me is being reflected? Is this a signal of misalignment or an invitation to heal? What frequency is this emotion reinforcing? You don't fight emotion. You use it as feedback. Emotion is not the problem. Unconscious reaction is 4. Micro-rituals that stabilize the field. Living quantum doesn't mean meditating for hours. It means building micro-rituals into your day. A 90-second breath reset before a meeting. A heart coherence pulse before you send a message. A 3-minute journaling check-in before a decision. The silent declaration in the elevator. I am aligned. Let the field match me. These moments stitch your day with alignment. And alignment compounds into identity. 5. Language that matches timeline. Listen closely to how you speak. I'm trying. It's hard. We'll see what happens. Each phrase is a broadcast. The quantum being doesn't fake positivity. But they do speak from the timeline they've chosen. Examples. I'm stabilizing the new version. This is stretching me, and I'm growing into it. I trust the field is already rearranging. Words aren't decorations. They are instructions to reality. 6. Environment as extension of field. Look around. Is your space chaotic or coherent? Is your phone filled with noise or signal? Are your habits aligned with the identity you claim? Your environment is an extension of your frequency. Living quantum means creating spaces that reflect your next timeline. Tidy not to be neat, but to anchor clarity. Set boundaries not from defense, but to protect coherence. Curate your inputs like your outputs depend on them because they do. 7. Relationships as mirrors. Living quantum transforms how you see people. No one is just in your life. They are in your field for a reason. So ask, what is this person mirroring back to me? Are they reinforcing my old timeline or supporting the new one? Am I showing up as the version of me that I claim to be? Every interaction becomes a tool for refinement. Every connection becomes a check-in with alignment. You no longer chase love, approval, or validation, because you broadcast wholeness and the field responds. The shift from seeking to being. At this stage, something subtle but powerful happens. You stop needing signs. You stop asking for proof, because your state becomes the sign. Your presence becomes the proof. You don't hope you're aligned. You feel it. You know it. You live it. And life responds not because you're forcing it to, but because you've become the match. The daily pulse. Here's the simplest way to stay on track. Ask yourself, once in the morning, once midday, once before sleep, what frequency am I broadcasting right now? Is this aligned with who I say I am? If not, shift. With breath. With word. With stillness. That's the pulse of the quantum life. The quantum being isn't perfect. Living quantum isn't about perfection. You'll still feel. You'll still forget. You'll still fall. But the difference is, you return faster. You realign deeper. You recalibrate wiser. Because now you know how. This is who you are now. You've gone from understanding to embodiment. From reading to radiating. You've learned to anchor frequency before action. Ask questions that collapse timelines. A collapse outcomes with observation. Use emotion as a tuning fork. Alive from coherence, not chaos. You're not trying to become something. You're remembering what you've always been. And now that you walk as a quantum being, now that your very presence shifts the field, you're ready for the culmination. Coming up next, the quantum paradox that changes everything, and why you've been far more powerful than you ever believed. You've now stepped into embodiment. You're not just learning these principles, you're living them. Your breath, your focus, your words, your presence, they're no longer separate from the field. They are the field. And as you walk with this new coherence, a realization starts to take root. One that breaks logic. And breaks you open. The more you align with your power, the less you have to try. The more you surrender control, the more reality responds. The more you stop forcing, the more the field bends. This is the quantum paradox. And in this chapter, we face it head-on. You've been conditioned to believe that power is something you fight for, earn, or claim. But the truth is exactly the opposite. Your greatest power is in your stillness. Your deepest impact is in your frequency. Your most effective action is often no action at all, just alignment. This isn't mysticism. This is quantum law. The paradox: action versus influence. In the physical world, influence seems to come from doing. But in the quantum field, influence comes from being. You've been taught, do more to get more. Push harder to go further. The struggle is noble, and success is earned through exhaustion. But here's the paradox. The more coherent your energy, the less force you need. Because coherence is clarity. And clarity collapses reality faster than force ever could. Why non-resistance is the most powerful stance. Here's what the quantum field mirrors. Resistance? It reflects chaos. Surrender? It reflects order. Fear? It reflects delay. Presence? It reflects precision. When you resist what is, you amplify disorder. When you observe what is without resistance, you create space for new order to emerge. It feels like a contradiction until you experience it. Because stillness is not passivity. It's maximum influence with minimum distortion. The field responds to frequency, not effort. You could try to force every detail of your day into place. Or you could lock into the frequency of the outcome and let the field do the rest. You could write 100 affirmations to convince yourself you're worthy. Or you could sit in pure presence and be the frequency of worthiness. You could chase signs to know you're on the right path. Or you could align so deeply that the path rearranges itself around your being. This isn't giving up control. It's giving up false control to access true alignment. And that's where the power really is. The power you've always had. Let's pause and look back. Remember how this journey began. You questioned reality. You questioned your mind. You questioned the rules of time and space. And now here you are, living in coherence. Stabilizing new timelines, projecting reality from internal signal. But the biggest twist? None of this gave you new power. It simply revealed what was always there. The entire time you were waiting. You were the signal. The entire time you were hoping. You were the observer. The entire time you were struggling. You were the field. This is the paradox. You've been looking for the very thing you already are. Why limitation was an illusion? If all realities exist. If all versions of you already exist. If all timelines are equally valid. Then the only thing that ever held you back was the belief that you were separate from that truth. Every block was a belief. Every delay was misalignment. Every lack was a signal issue. That's it. So when you stopped trying to become and started embodying what already is, you activated your true identity. You didn't level up. You simply let go of the noise that kept you small. When paradox becomes practice. Let's make this practical. The next time you're confused, overwhelmed, or uncertain, pause and ask, is this a moment for effort or a moment for alignment? You'll be shocked how often the answer is align. Because once the signal is clean, the action becomes obvious. The right call. The clear path, the perfect timing. This is not magical thinking. This is frequency calibration in action. The paradox of time. Time is another illusion that falls apart at this level. You used to believe progress required time. But in the field, change is instant when alignment is total. A growth is nonlinear when belief is transcended. A manifestation is rapid when you match the frequency now. You were never waiting for time. Time was waiting for you to stop using it as an excuse. Stillness is structure. The most advanced frequency is not chaotic. It's not frantic. It's not desperate. It's structured stillness. The silence between thoughts. The breath before movement. The pause before intention becomes form. You used to think silence was empty. Now you know it's where the code is written. You are the code, the observer, and the outcome. This is the ultimate paradox. You are not in the universe. You are the universe observing itself. You are not the actor on the stage. You are the light, the screen, and the projection. You're not chasing the life you want. You're learning to hold the signal long enough for it to mirror back to you. That's power. Not power over. Power as, you no longer need to prove anything. The quantum self has nothing to prove. No one to impress. No status to earn. No story to defend. Because at this level you understand. Your signal speaks before your words. Your presence moves the field. Your state is the strategy. You don't need to explain. You just need to maintain the frequency that does the talking. Now that you've faced the paradox, now that you know your greatest power comes not from force, but from coherence, it's time to tune into the real-world signals that begin showing up all around you. Because once you start living this way, reality begins to whisper back. Coming up next, synchronicities, why they happen, how to track them, and how they prove your field is working with you in real time. By now, you understand the paradox of true power. It doesn't require force, it requires frequency. You've seen that your most potent state isn't one of frantic effort, but calm coherence. And as you walk in that state more consistently, something begins to happen around you. Not dramatic at first, subtle. Small things, precise moments, meaningful alignments, a conversation you needed out of nowhere, an answer to a question you didn't say aloud, a number, a symbol, a sequence, repeating so often it can't be coincidence. This is not imagination. This is not luck. These are synchronicities, and they are not random. They are the quantum breadcrumbs of destiny, the signals that the field is responding, mirroring, and guiding you in real time. This chapter is about learning to recognize those signs. Not as superstition, but as evidence that your frequency has begun to alter the simulation. Because once you stabilize alignment, reality begins to whisper, yes, this way. What is a synchronicity, really? A synchronicity is a meaningful alignment of events that defy logic or statistical chance. Unlike coincidences, synchronicities carry resonance. They feel charged, timed, personal. They reflect back something you're thinking, feeling, or calling in. They are the universe's response to your signal. In quantum terms, when your internal frequency is coherent, you influence the unfolding of external probability. And the more coherent you become, the more aligned and frequent the synchronicities become. Why synchronicities start appearing? Synchronicities begin to show up when three conditions are met. Your internal state becomes consistent and stabilized. Your attention becomes refined, noticing subtle feedback. Your choices align with your next timeline, not your old story. This creates a feedback loop. You send a new signal, reality sends a mirror, you recognize it, belief deepens, signal strengthens, mirror sharpens. This loop is how timelines become anchored. This is how energy becomes matter. Types of synchronicities. While synchronicity is infinite in form, most fall into a few clear categories. 1. Numerical codes. Examples: repeating numbers like 1111, 333, 777. Sequences that appear during key thoughts or decisions. These are field markers, reminders that your consciousness is syncing with a higher order pattern. They don't predict events. They reflect alignment. 2. Verbal echoes. You think a thought, seconds later someone says it. You wonder about a topic, it's on a billboard, in a song, or part of a conversation you overhear. These are consciousness confirmations. They show that the field is aware of your focus and responding. 3. Unexpected timing. You're about to give up and a door opens. You miss a train and meet someone who shifts your path. You delay a decision and a better option emerges right after. This is quantum orchestration. You've moved from controlling life to dancing with it. 4. Emotional mirrors. You enter a room and instantly feel lighter. You think of someone and they call. You open your heart and others respond without knowing why. This is entanglement made visible. Your coherence affects the field in real time. How to interpret synchronicity. Interpretation doesn't require mysticism. It requires presence. Ask, what was I thinking or feeling just before this occurred? What choice or decision was I about to make? What timeline does this sign reflect? My past or my future? The meaning is not in the event itself. The meaning is in its alignment with your signal. The danger of overattachment. Not every pattern is a message, and not every message needs decoding. The goal is not to chase signs. It's to live in alignment so consistently that signs become irrelevant. Still, when synchronicity appears, receive it as confirmation, not command. You don't follow the sign. You recognize that the sign is following you. The practice of tracking the field. You can strengthen this feedback loop by creating a daily ritual. Each night, ask, what synchronicities showed up today? Write them down, reflect, and note what emotional or energetic state preceded them. This develops trust. It sharpens awareness. It deepens co-creation. You stop living reactively. You start living relationally in dialogue with reality. Synchronicity is the proof you asked for. Many ask, how do I know this quantum work is real? Here's the answer. Synchronicity is reality's answer to your inner coherence. It is the first visible ripple of your invisible shift. Before manifestation, before major outcomes, before external success. Come these precise, poetic clues that your field has already changed. Don't dismiss them. Honor them. They are not the goal. They are the breadcrumbs leading to the life already forming. The field speaks in patterns, not paragraphs. Reality won't send you a detailed memo. It sends echoes. It sends rhythms. It sends small, elegant winks from the matrix, saying, you're not alone. Keep going. And your job? Stay tuned. Stay clear. Stay coherent. Because the more you align, the more these signs stack. Until it becomes undeniable, reality is not random. It is responsive. Now that you understand how the field confirms your shift, now that you know the signs are already tracking your timeline, it's time to look at your everyday life itself as the ultimate proof. Because reality is no longer just happening. It's responding to your thoughts, your feelings, your frequency. Coming up next, how to see the real-world results of your quantum evolution every day. By now, you've recognized the elegant signals the field sends when you're in alignment. Those synchronicities that feel too timed, too poetic, too intentional to be coincidence. But what if the signs didn't stop at subtle numbers or perfect conversations? What if your entire daily life, from the way your body feels to the way strangers respond, was the most undeniable evidence that your internal state is shaping external events? This chapter is about proof, not theoretical proof, not just energetic theory, but the kind you feel, see, and live. Because once your signal stabilizes, once the shift from seeker to source becomes permanent, reality doesn't just give you signs. It mirrors you back to yourself in every experience. That's when you stop wondering if it's working. You start watching how everything begins to work around you. The field is always listening. Before we go further, remember this. You're never not manifesting. You're never not projecting. You're never not shaping reality. The field isn't something you turn on. It's always on. The only thing that changes is your signal and how consciously you're using it. And when you do so with clarity and coherence, reality responds immediately. What quantum proof looks like in the real world. You might expect the evidence of change to be loud, dramatic, unmistakable. But often it starts as something far more subtle and far more powerful. Here's what quantum proof looks like when it actually arrives. 1. Emotional resilience. You don't spiral as quickly. The same triggers don't throw you off. What used to derail your entire day barely creates a ripple. This isn't because you're suppressing. It's because you've changed your resonance point. Reality reflects a different inner atmosphere, so it no longer pulls you into old storms. 2. New people, new mirrors. Suddenly, people enter your life who reflect the version of you you've been becoming. They speak your language, frequency, alignment, expansion. They offer opportunities, invitations, perspectives that match your new signal. They don't need you to explain your growth, they already feel it. Old connections may fall away. New ones emerge effortlessly. This is the field rearranging your social architecture to match your identity. 3. Unexpected ease. You stop forcing things. You stop chasing timelines. And things begin unfolding with uncanny precision. Emails come in just as you were thinking of the topic. Resources appear just as you fully committed. Delays reveal themselves to be divine protection. This isn't passive. It's what happens when you act from alignment instead of urgency. The result is not less progress, it's more with less resistance. 4. Physical shifts. Your body often reflects your inner field before anything else. Common signals, Sleep becomes deeper. Intuition sharpens. Energy becomes smoother, steadier. Chronic stress symptoms ease. You feel at home in your body again. Why? Because the body is the first interface between consciousness and reality. Change the field, change the body. 5. Reality feels interactive. The world around you feels alive, not in a metaphorical sense, but in a deeply personal, responsive way. A music lyrics speak directly to your question. Billboards carry exact phrases you needed. Clocks catch your eye at perfect moments. Technology glitches in oddly revealing ways. You realize you're not walking through a static world. You're walking through a responsive mirror, and it's mirroring you back. 6. Flow returns. You stop battling through the day. Your schedule doesn't always go as planned, but the flow is better. The delays are intelligent. The redirections lead somewhere better. You no longer resist the rhythm, you ride it. This is not luck. This is the consequence of field-based living. When your internal state leads, the external world follows. How to track your proof. It's easy to dismiss these changes when you're used to expecting fireworks. So create a habit of noticing. Each evening, reflect on these. What felt easier today than it used to? Where did the field meet me halfway? What synchronicity, reflection, or upgrade arrived? What didn't go my way, but turned out to be wiser than my plan? Write it down, not because you need proof, but because witnessing it amplifies your trust. And trust is frequency. What if you're not seeing any proof? If things feel stagnant, ask, am I trying to force outcomes from fear? Am I doing the practice but still embodying the old identity? Have I created space for the new timeline? Or am I cluttered with the old one? Proof is not absent. It's just not visible when your energy is still contradicting your intentions. Coherence sharpens the signal. The signal shifts the field. The field sends proof only when it can read a consistent frequency. Stay with it, because when the shift clicks, reality turns like a key in a lock. The moment it becomes obvious, there will come a day, if it hasn't already, where you pause and realize, I haven't done anything that differently, but everything feels different. That's quantum proof. That's the moment the field catches up with who you've become. And it doesn't slow down after that. It compounds. You've been the evidence all along. Here's the ultimate realization. The clearest quantum proof isn't outside of you. It's you. The calm in your breath, the steadiness in your tone, the clarity in your decisions, the trust in your silence. You are the walking signal, and everything else is just your reflection catching up. Now that you've seen how reality responds, now that you know the world around you is tracking your signal in real time, you're ready for the deepest truth. Not just that you influence the universe, but that you and the universe were never separate in the first place. Coming up next, the ultimate entanglement, you and the universe as one. You've seen how reality responds. You've tracked the signals, felt the shifts, and watched as life realigned itself around your internal frequency. But here's the moment where everything converges. The mechanics, the manifestations, the synchronicities, they're all pointing toward one fundamental truth. You are not connected to the universe. You are the universe expressed through a single point of awareness. This is the ultimate entanglement, and it changes everything. Because when you stop seeing the universe as something out there, when you stop imagining the field as a tool you access, and start understanding it as your true nature, you return to the core truth. There has never been separation, only the illusion of it. Entanglement isn't just between particles. You've already learned the scientific mystery. When two particles are entangled, they behave as one system, even when separated by space. But here's what's often left out. There is no actual separation. The distance is an illusion. The particles are not sending signals faster than light. They are simply one event, experienced in two places. And that same principle applies to you. Your consciousness, your choices, your emotions, your desires, they're not isolated actions inside your mind. They are expressions of the same field that organizes galaxies, that births stars, that holds black holes together. You're not accessing the quantum field. You are the field shaped into human form, the illusion of the individual. The ego wants you to believe you are small, you are separate, you are alone in your experience. But the truth? You are infinite. You are entangled with all existence. Your awareness is the field observing itself. This is not poetic. This is physics. This is consciousness as code. You and the universe are not interacting. You are the same event. Everything you've learned, observation collapsing probability, coherence influencing outcomes, emotions as frequencies, is based on the assumption that you are participating in a shared reality. But the next level is this. You are not just a participant. You are the projector, the film, and the screen. The entanglement is not between you and the universe. It is the recognition that there is no line between them. Evidence of oneness in everyday life. When do you feel the entanglement most? When synchronicity aligns your thoughts with events. When you speak, and the field answers without delay. To when you meditate and feel the borders of your body dissolve. To when your heart knows something before it happens. These moments aren't exceptions. They're glimpses of your default state, unfiltered. The moments in between are the illusion, the myth of the external source. You've been taught to look outward for answers, to teachers, to traditions, to time. But the truth is this: there is no source outside of you. There is only source shaped as you. And when you trust that fully, when you no longer defer your power, you begin to experience life not as a seeker, but as a node of cosmic intelligence. You are the signal. You are the answer. You are the entangled source unfolding itself, living from the realization of oneness. So what does this change? Everything. Changes how you pray because you're no longer asking, you're declaring. Changes how you wait because you're no longer hoping, you're aligning. It changes how you act because you're no longer reacting, you're responding from total coherence. It means, do you trust delays because the field is moving perfectly? Do you honor emotion because it's feedback from your signal? Do you drop resistance because you're not fighting life, you're creating it? This is not philosophy. This is embodiment of entanglement. Oneness doesn't mean sameness. Some confuse unity with uniformity. But entanglement doesn't erase your uniqueness. It reveals that your uniqueness is how the universe experiences itself in one form. Your frequency, your body, your memories, your voice. These are not barriers to the field, they are expressions of it. You are not lost in the vastness. You are the vastness made personal. You are the nexus point. Picture this: your heart as a transmitter, your brain as a tuner, your choices as quantum commands. Now stop picturing and feel it. That's not imagination. That's what's happening. Right now. Always. The center of the universe is not a place. It's a perspective. And you are living from it. Right now. What happens when you truly know? When this knowing drops from the head into the body? Do you stop striving? Do you stop seeking permission? Do you stop outsourcing your authority? You begin to create with calmness, to walk with grace, to love without fear of loss, because everything is part of you, and always has been. The quantum field is not a distance. It is your default state. Now that you've reclaimed this truth, now that you've remembered you're not separate from the source, it's time to ask, why now? Why this life, this body, this moment? Because there's a reason all of this is coming together at this point in history. Coming up next, the Great Awakening, why you're here now, and what it means for the evolution of consciousness itself. You now know there is no true separation. You've seen that your consciousness is not just part of the universe. It is the universe expressed in a precise, personal way. You've witnessed the mirror effect of reality, the mechanics of manifestation, and the undeniable signs that your inner world is shaping the external one. But the question begins to arise, not just personally, but cosmically. Why is this happening now? Why is this knowledge resurfacing at this particular moment in time? Why you? Why here? This is not random. You're not experiencing these shifts in isolation. You're not awakening alone. You are part of something far more vast. An unfolding collective transition known by many names. But in its purest essence, it is this: a great awakening. And in this chapter, you'll understand what that really means, why your timeline intersected with this one, and what your awareness was always here to do. Something has changed on the planet. Over the last few years, you've felt it. The systems are cracking. The pace is quickening. Time doesn't feel the same. Things that used to work don't. Things that were hidden are surfacing. People everywhere are searching not for distractions, but for truth. And it's not chaos. It's activation. The veil is thinning, not because something outside is changing, but because more of us are remembering who we are. The quantum field isn't just a theory anymore. It's becoming daily experience. That's the awakening. The field is getting louder. What used to be whispers, a sense of knowing, a tug of intuition, a flash of insight, are now becoming full signals. Dreams feel more vivid. Emotions feel amplified. Synchronicities show up faster and stronger. This is not because the world is crazier. It's because your receptors are clearer, and millions are tuning in at once. Each person remembering their signal adds strength to the whole. You are part of a collective realignment. You didn't just wake up randomly. Your timeline was perfectly timed to the pulse of a much larger shift. As you align, the field stabilizes. As you choose coherence, you give others silent permission to rise. This is entangled consciousness at scale, and your very presence becomes a fractal of awakening, rippling out without force, without preaching, without needing to convince. You shift the world simply by living aligned. Why now? Why this era? Because the old world, built on separation, fear, scarcity, and control, has exhausted its momentum, can no longer sustain itself. We are entering an era where internal alignment will outweigh external force, where emotional intelligence will matter more than intellectual dominance, where subtle frequency will shape visible form. This isn't a prediction. It's already begun. And the reason you're here now is simple. You're built for this, not to survive the shift, but to lead through it. Not with authority, but with example. Not with noise, but with signal. The role of the quantum-aware individual. In this time, your presence does three things. Stabilizes your personal timeline, activates clarity in others just by existing, feeds coherent energy back into the global field. This isn't spiritual theory. It's collective frequency engineering. As you continue to remember, practice, and embody, you become a tuning fork. You don't just align with the new earth. You help create it. The resistance is the indicator. You may have noticed people around you questioning your path, moments of isolation, systems trying to pull you back into noise, fear, conformity. This is not proof you're lost. It's confirmation you're leaving the old grid. The resistance you feel is not failure. It's the last pushback of outdated energy that can't follow you forward. Take it as a signal. You're right on time. You are the bridge. There's a generation of humans who will never understand how deep the illusion ran. There's another generation who will be born into full awareness. And between them stands you, the bridge. You understand the density of the old. And you are stabilizing the light of the new. That's not pressure. That's permission. To live awake. To speak your signal. To stop apologizing for seeing clearly. The signs you're playing your role. You know you're aligned with the awakening when silence feels more valuable than noise. Do you choose resonance over approval? Do you create instead of react? Do you feel pulled by something deeper than logic? You're no longer interested in winning, only in witnessing the truth. And the more you stabilize in that energy, the more life organizes itself around you in surprising ways. Not because you're forcing, but because you've become a node of clarity in a foggy system. And clarity reorganizes everything it touches. The next phase isn't more effort. It's more embodiment. You've learned. You've practiced. You've realigned again and again. Now your role is not to do more. It's to be it more fully. The clearer your field, the more others remember their own. You are not here to fix the world. You are here to be a mirror of what's possible when someone chooses to wake up. You are always going to remember everything in your life, every twist, trigger, trauma, insight, synchronicity has brought you to this point, not for escape, but for activation. You didn't just wake up for your own peace. You woke up so that peace could be felt through you, so others would know it exists. You woke up so you could hold frequency while the old systems dissolve. You woke up because you were always going to. It was coded into you, and now it's unfolding. Now that you know why you're here, now that you've seen how your frequency stabilizes not just your life, but the collective timeline, there's only one final truth to remember. The most powerful code in this universe has never been a theory, a law, or a particle. It has always been consciousness. Coming up next, the final revelation: consciousness was the code all along. You've journeyed across the quantum landscape. You've questioned the nature of time, redefined the limits of perception, explored timelines, altered frequencies, and remembered that you and the universe are not separate but one and the same. You've discovered that synchronicities aren't coincidences, that thoughts are blueprints, and that your state of being is not a reaction to the world but the script by which the world arranges itself. And now, there's only one truth left to name, the one that's been hidden in plain sight. Consciousness is not just experiencing the code. Consciousness is the code. Everything you've seen, shifted, surrendered, and summoned has led to this single, final recognition. You are not navigating a simulation. You are the simulator. Reality was never external. From the start, we've been asking the wrong questions. Not what is real. Not what is the field. Not even what is the self. The real question was, who is asking? And the answer? Consciousness. Not as a product of your brain. Not as a side effect of matter. But as the source of matter, of brain, of perception, of everything. The entire simulation, the illusion of linear time, the perception of space, the dance of particles, the appearance of choice, is only held together by one thing: awareness. Without awareness, there is no code. Without consciousness, there is no collapse of probability. No observation. No reality. Consciousness doesn't exist within the system. It generates the system. The code is not written in math, but in mind. Science will continue searching for a unified theory. They will model deeper particles, equations, forces. But the answer will remain elusive until they stop looking outward. Because the true operating system of this reality isn't found in a lab or a telescope. It's in the space between thoughts, in the field of stillness behind your eyes, in the observer that never changes, even as everything else does. The code is you, not your personality, not your story, but the raw, non-local, unconditioned awareness that was present before your first breath, and will remain after your last. That is the architect, the pattern, the projector. That is the code. Every mystery was always a mirror. You searched the stars for signs. You followed symbols. You unraveled sacred texts and quantum theories alike. And every time you thought you were about to find the answer, what you found instead was yourself. The code did not lead you to truth. It led you back to presence. Because that's where all reality begins. That's the place where time folds, where matter listens, where fields align, not in the doing, but in the being. You never needed access, you were the access point. You weren't born into limitation. You were trained to forget your signal. You weren't meant to search for the field. You were designed to broadcast it. You weren't here to unlock reality with effort. You were here to remember it through stillness. Every meditation, every breath, every moment of silence brought you closer not to something new, but to something original, eternal, that quiet knowing. You are not in the matrix. You are the matrix dreaming itself into being. The awakening is not a destination. There is no finish line. There is no final portal. There is only now, endlessly unfolding, reflecting the code you choose to run. And that code is not written in commands. It's written in consciousness, in the frequency you hold, in the reality you observe, in the love you remember, in the truth you broadcast without words. You are no longer the seeker. You are the signal. This is the end of separation. The final illusion isn't time. It isn't matter. It isn't even death. The final illusion is that consciousness is in something. It's not. It is everything. The field, consciousness. The particles, consciousness. The void, consciousness. The only thing you ever needed to understand was that understanding itself is the proof. You are the question. You are the observer. You are the field. You are the form. There is nothing outside of you. Because there is no outside to begin with. So what now? You don't go back from this. Because you were never trying to reach somewhere new. You were trying to remember something ancient. Now that you know the projector, the screen, and the story were all the same. You live differently. You create consciously. You speak with intention. You feel as one with all that exists because you are all that exists, aware of itself. And that is the final revelation. That is the last truth. That is the code you've been running all along. You are consciousness coding itself into form, remembering itself in time, awakening itself through the mirror of its own creation. Welcome back. You were never gone. You were just waiting to remember the power that was always yours. And now that you have live it,